Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live from Champions Club in Houston, Texas. Today is the final table of the 150K guaranteed no limit hold'em, event number 4 of the Fall Poker Open here at Champions Club. Really excited to be doing this. This is Dan Fouts coming to you live with Mike Lehner. How's it going today, Mike?
Pretty good. Doing great.
Good, good. Well, from a field of 346 players, we're now down to the final 9. And these players are playing for a $150,000 prize pool. First place today is $31,820. There's a quick look at the schedule of events that we're going to be streaming. We are going to be doing several more events here, but today is the day for this one. And we got a stacked lineup here. Only one short stack right now, and everybody else is pretty close in chips, so it should be a really good final table. Average stack sitting at right about 30 big blinds. You can see the payouts right there. 9th place, everybody here at this table guaranteed $3,120. First place, over $31,000. And here are our players. First, JP in the 1 seat. He's been playing poker for about a year and a half. He comes to the final table with 1.76 million in chips. Next to him is the finisher from New Orleans with 1.3 million.
Then we have Adib in seat 3 with 1.775 million. He's from Long Beach. He's a pawnbroker. He's got a WPT title and a WSOP win. 1.2 million in lifetime earnings. And Z next to him from Katy, Texas.
And next to him is the short stack right now, Vivek. We've seen him at our tables before from Sugarland. And next to him in the 6th seat is Dagger27 from Austin, Texas with 1.49 million.
And then we got Remy with 2.035 million. We're from right here in Houston. We've seen him many times on the cash games and back-to-back final tables. And next to him is Keith from Houston, Texas. And we also have Jake from the Woodlands, Texas. He has 3 million in lifetime earnings, including U.S. Poker Open, Poker Go, and WPT 5 Diamond Classic.
Keith in our 8th seat is the current chip leader with 2.395 million. Remy next to him, just folding now, is the second in chips with over 2 million chips also. So pretty close up there at the top. And here we go, hand number 1 of the final table. Button started in the 4 seat with Z, and action has folded around to him. He's going to let that go too. We're blind versus blind for the first hand. And wow, the first hand of the final table, we get a walk.
Getting walks, first hand, first blind.
That doesn't happen very often. Not in tournaments.
No, sir. And Vivek now on the button, very likely to shove at some point in this orbit. He's down to around 7 big blinds now, so he's going to have to make a move in this orbit here to give him some life. But I think we will see some pretty snug play starting out here because the stack sizes are so even. Players are not, in my opinion, it's probably we're gonna see a lot less, you know, big raises and shoving and stuff like that because of the ICM of these very average stacks.
Yeah, you got no big bully able to just push people around, and you don't have the real small stacks that are in danger of going out that normally incentivizes the mid stacks to hang around and be a little tighter.
Well, action folds around to the finisher in the +3 position. He raises to 105 with ace-5. He's going to get a call here from Z with pocket 8s. And Vivek on the button with my hand probably will not shove it in with that hand. Even I wouldn't in a tournament situation.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Well, maybe if it limped around to me, I would, but I don't think I would re-raise all in with only 7 big blinds with 7-4.
You'd take it as a sign from God.
That's possible. Oh my God, look at that. No surprise there, 7-4 smashes the flop.
Take hold of 2, please.
Jeez.
Yeah, give me 2. This one has a cut on the top of it.
This could be trouble for finisher, though. He does catch a piece of this. And
You catch
Z
a piece
had with an overpair.
Yeah, he catches a piece when it's unlikely that his opponent hit that board at all, except for maybe a flush draw.
But he does check it, so now Z's going to fire out here. It looks like 135. take back everything I said. I would have jammed on the button with 7-4, and I would have tripled up.
That I believe. Wow.
Nice move getting away from that. Catching a piece of it and getting out of the way.
Huh. Yeah, I wonder if they've played a little bit together. But you don't think that the cutoff's going to be in there with, you know, he obviously didn't have a strong hand. He would have raised. But that's the type of board. What did he hit there? What did he have? He saw something. I think I would have stuck around for another card.
Yeah. Yeah, after raising and hitting a piece. But like you said, there must have been some kind of history there, or just saw something that made him not want to tangle with it. Jake's going to open this one up to 150. Pardon me, 115 with a couple of sixes here, red sixes under the gun. Surprised by the just call with the ace queen here with Z, from Z, as deep as they're playing.
Yeah, ace queen's a little scary against the under the gun raise, unless it's a super aggressive player and he could be very wide on his range.
That makes sense.
But still, what are you going to do if an ace hits? I mean, you'd rather raise there and get the information on the strength of your opponent's hand.
Well, that invites the big blind to call with king jack. We have 3 players to the flop, and ace queen does flop top pair. King jack flopping middle pair, and sixes not looking so great now. Keith checks over to Jake, and Jake was the initial raiser here, so he's going to fire out 180 representing that ace. Keith will get out of the way here. We're heads up now. Z in the lead with ace queen. Oh, and a 6 comes off on the turn. What a well-disguised set that Jake has now. Z with a really good kicker. And he's got the queen of spades.
Well, if Jake continues the aggression, then Z has to consider that ace king is in his range, definitely open and under the gun. So he's got to be a little careful here.
And Jake does keep betting. He bets about half the pot, 310,000. Z with about $1.5 million behind. And Jake only leaving himself $500,000 behind here, so he's effectively saying that he's going to go all in.
Yeah.
On the river.
And
Z makes the all-in raise, and Jake instantly calling with his set. And
what a turn.
Wow, what a big turn for him, as Z just said. And Jake looking to double up really early on in the final table here. And I know Jake is a really dangerous player. Giving him all these chips this early on could be really rough.
Yeah, that definitely could change the dynamic of this tournament. Yeah, a lot of people won't play those small pairs in early position under the gun for an open because they're very difficult to play post-flop unless you're willing to represent your whole range. Jake did that. He represented that he had the big hand like the ace-king, and then when that turn hit, boy, he was just in trouble.
He played it well and got lucky, and that's a dangerous combination for a good player. Now Jacob over 2 million and probably taking the chip lead with that pot, because I believe our chip leader called a different hand and should be down to about 2.25 million, something like that. Jake now up at 2.37.
living right there.
That's right.
Just turning a set.
I heard Jake talking earlier when we were watching the final 2 tables. He said this tournament is over. He dreamed about it last night. He won it in his dream, so it looks like it's working out for him so far.
Well, I have heard people, proponents of manifesting things and making them happen.
Although he did say in his dream first place was more than what it is here.
So he's completely wrong. Yeah.
Well, we don't know that yet. Jake, no stranger to final tables. As you mentioned earlier, he's got millions of dollars in winnings,
105.
including a $25,000 high roller event.
Yeah, they're not just tournaments, big tournaments that he won. They're tournaments that he's won against some of the best players in the world.
Right. Well, the finisher opening this one up with ace-10 offsuit, making it $105,000 to go from under the gun +1. He's going to get folded around all the way to the big blind, which is Jake. Still stacking chips here. He wakes up with a suited jack. See if he decides to defend out of position with this hand. He does. Heads up to the flop. The finisher in the lead. Jake flopping
geez.
top pair. So you go check, check. And a 6 comes off. Jake now full house. 6 is full of jacks. It's gonna be tough for him to get a whole lot of value out of this. The finisher only with ace high here, but another well-disguised hand here for Jake. It's possible he'll get a call. Ace high could be good in a lot of circumstances here. So if he keeps it low, he may be able to extract some more chips out of the finisher. At least it wasn't an ace or a 10 coming off on the river. The finisher may be able to get away from this. 435 in the pot. The finisher with about 1 million chips behind.
He was able to make that big lay down, I think, the first hand of the tournament. So I don't think he's going to be playing cautious. He started out cautious. He's going to be cautious here.
Big overbet. 635, I think. I still got it.
That is pretty darn good.
Count chips with the best of them.
Impressive.
You got another cowboy hat I can wear?
What a hot start. You got to appreciate these times that you make a final table. It doesn't happen every day, but that's definitely the dream start you want when you get to one. But he's been to a few.
Yeah.
Z flopping top pair. And JP might like his deuces in this spot. It's much more likely that your opponent's on a hand like ace king, ace queen, the high cards than a pair.
Yeah, when the board is paired like that, especially with lower cards, it's very tough for your opponent to have anything heads up and hold them. JP will defend.
And then he's the only one that should have a 5. Ooh.
Another full house.
So much for bluffing the 5.
5 hands in, we've had a set and 2 full houses already here in this hold'em game.
$225.
4 bids, 225.
Well, JP should easily be able to get away from this now. He's counterfeited. Disheartening when you start with a pair and you think you're good on the flop. Probably ended up being, you know, really good for him that 9 came.
Yep, counterfeited him right out of the hand. There was a possibility he was going to be able to take a shot at representing that 5. He's the only one that should have had one in the big blind. Well, these guys are all serious.
Yeah,
No.
not a whole lot of chatter right now.
Blinds are up and they can.
Do hear a little bit of stuff going on in the background. That's because it is the Fall Poker Open. We got a ton of stuff going on here at Champions Club right now. Several cash games going. We also have the PLO Championship starting tonight. $600 buy-in, 100K guarantee. If you're a PLO player, this is the place to be. Flight A for that, 6 o'clock tonight. Flight B tomorrow at 5 p.m. And Flight C, 5 p.m. Tuesday. And we will be streaming the final table of that event on Wednesday.
That'll be a fun one.
Yeah, pretty excited about that. I love PLO. I'm excited that we have a big PLO tournament going on here at Champions.
What is it?
150.
Not going to take the day off and try to play it?
Oh, I would love to, but I don't think there's any days off. We're streaming 10 out of 14 days here, so
Yeah.
lots of
See, that's your issue. You just have too much talent. They need you.
I guess that's right. And Keith is going to take this one down uncontested here, raising it up pre-flop, and blinds are moving up. Pressure is on, going up to 60,000 big blind now. Average stack at 25 bigs.
Is he allowed to stack them like that?
Yeah. It's visible. It's fine. Like I know.
Hey, I think it was a great question.
2.45. 2.55.
All right, somebody broke the
If
seal. We got
anybody
some
has a
rounds
problem counting my
going.
stack, you've got the problem.
There you go. Just redirect.
That loosened the tension a little bit.
Yeah. Vivek being very patient here, getting what obviously he hasn't woke up with anything to raise with, but he's got about 2 more hands before he's going to be in the big blind. He's going to have to make a move soon at that stack size.
9 bids, 125.
And here Jake goes again.
Wow. Jake waking up with pocket jacks, the trash, as Uncle Ron would say, but when it folds around to you in the cutoff in a final table situation, that looks like gold. Raises it up to 125. JP defending the button with with pocket 5s, makes the call.
And again, he's got a disguised hand. That late position opener, they normally assign a pretty wide range to.
Sure. Yeah, you could have any kind of ace there. Or Deep decides to get out of the way with the king 9 in the big blind. Oh, top set. What is going on here? Did he pop over to New Orleans overnight and get some voodoo?
Wow.
Something going on.
Let's see if JP gets a little sideways here.
He's going to bet 100,000, a little less than a third of the pot here. Looks like just a C bet. Just smashing the flop, top set, rainbow board. And JP looks like he's stacking out raising chips.
Definitely thinking about firing. A lot of times you're just going to set mine. Just
Nope, he's
fit or
getting out of the
fold.
way.
Okay.
Good fold, JP. I wonder if Jake wanted to call there.
A lot of times the 3-bet right there would work. Your opponent's oftentimes going to be on things like ace king or worse.
Sure.
He doesn't necessarily have to have that jack or a 10.
One, Jack 10 on board is oftentimes good cards for the caller in that spot. They could easily have king queen or king jack or something like that. But pretty
Yeah, definitely in his range. So he thought about it a little bit. Oh, is this the one? Vivek looking at a 4-3 suited. It would actually be a nice hand multi-way.
Yeah, Vivek finally decides to make a move. He's kind of forced into it here under the gun. He does wake up with a suited connector, so at least it's something. He didn't want to wait until his big blind and big blind ante where he would have half his chips in there with just 2 random cards. Unfortunately for him, I think Adib's going to look him up here. He woke up with ace-9 in the small blind.
Vivek won't be too bad. He's got live cards, about 40%, as we see the equity right there.
335, so right at 6 big blinds-ish.
Looks him up.
Oh, and Z with ace-10. And he's going to get out of the way. So that's really good news for Vivek, actually. We see that one of the aces is already dead. And Vivek will need some help here, or he will be eliminated in 9th place.
Bing, 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 bing.
Oh, there's some help.
Wow.
Flopping the
All right,
nuts is
whoever's in the
Vivek.
back, you need to frickin'
And
make
he
sure that
will
we don't
double
have
up.
this,
That's incredible.
antenna
Nothing
going
but
to
big
see
hands
back here.
tonight. Wow.
Just kidding, obviously.
When did you not like it after the flop?
I think he didn't like it the minute he put his chips in.
I think he said,
That's not right.
I think he said, what if it comes 6-5 deuce?
I said,
Yeah.
Man, I saw the 5 deuce. I was like, there's no way. There it is.
Remember, your only donkey doesn't work. If it works, you're a genius.
I've been.
bam.
Yeah, good at opening in my head, right?
Poker
Yeah.
Monkey in the
Oh
chat.
my goodness
Hey,
gracious.
Poker Monkey, this is
People have been good to you?
Houston.
all
Come
the
on
flips.
down
I
and
think
play some poker, buddy.
Most of the flips I've won.
It's close enough to Dallas.
Don't jinx it.
I don't feel so bad.
Got some other regulars in there. Minnesota Vikings fan. I hear almost every stream in the chat. Good to see you there, David Long.
Jump change.
Greetings from Scottsdale. And Kyle, it is in fact time. Aces in my pocket. I think that's a new name out there. Welcome to Champions Club chat. If you're out there listening, be sure to give us a like and a subscribe. Share it. Tell your friends. Trying to grow the stream. I think this is going to be a really fun final table to watch. So
Raise.
if you know somebody that's interested in poker, this is going to be a good one. Finisher raising it up here to 125 with King 10 after it folds around to him in the cutoff. And he's going to pick up a
bunch
set
of quality
blinds and angles
players.
there.
Quarter time, huh?
He just wasn't feeling it.
Jake got off to that big start, but
Well, it could have come
he's
hard.
still not a monster stack compared to everybody else.
He was playing alone, man. What are you talking about?
You sometimes see those monster stacks just constantly keeping the pressure on and everybody else just kind of waiting their turn. So it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics play out here. Is somebody going to be able to take over and be the table captain?
Yes. Yeah, as you said, so far we haven't seen that.
Rami getting a little itchy to play here.
140.
Raise 140.
Yeah, this is the first hand he's opened. He chooses Queen 8. I think what you're saying is exactly right. But because he hasn't played very many hands, he may get credit for something bigger than that, especially under the gun. But unfortunately for him, JP waking up with the real deal. 2 aces.
Well, we've seen Remy enough. He's a very quality player. He can play pretty much anything because he knows when to keep the pressure on and when to back off and get out of it. So I don't mind his open.
No. Yeah, and he'll be able to get away from that. If JP makes it cheap enough, he may peel off a flop with suited cards, but remains to be seen what's going to come behind JP also. This looks to be a big raise here. 410,000.
That's big enough.
It's going to fold all the way back around to the big blind here. Dagger going to get rid of that dirty diaper, as they like to call it down here in Houston. And action back on Remy. I can't imagine he's going to peel off a flop with that big of a 3-bet here.
No, he took his shot.
He's going to give it a little thought and then get out of the way.
And just like Jake did a little bit earlier with that disguise 6, if he really nailed that, you know, he could have stacked up and had a shot at winning this thing. So
For sure.
I don't mind opening with some disguised hands once in a while and change things up.
Especially when you're one of the bigger stacks at the table, you're supposed to put some pressure on. And typically in a final table situation, the aggressors have the advantage. So Remy looking into open things up a little bit, just ran into it.
Yeah. It is a little tough at a 9-handed table.
Yeah.
You got no information about what's behind you, and he found out real quick what was behind him. So.
Folds all the way around to the blinds here. Nobody really waking up with anything worth raising with. And Dagger in the small blind has ace-5. Blind versus blind, typically any ace is going to be a raise. It looks like he's going to 135.
135.
And Remy's going to get out of the way here. He's got 8-5, totally dominated.
Man, you got good eyes.
I knew not to limp in with the ace with you.
Huh?
I knew not to limp in with the ace with you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go down that road. I'm not going to go down that road. Not.
Hoping you raise or fold.
Yeah. Just because it's you. Probably had 10-7 as well. All right. Good, good. No more getting cute around here. You got it, you got it.
Jake coming in with a small pair like you did first hand.
Raise. 140.
I like the opening under the gun with it instead of just limping in.
Yeah, limps haven't worked much around here. Cash games or tournaments, it's just not a good strategy. The old limp and hope someone raises behind you is about the only time I've seen, you know, a plan work the way they want. Limp and raise with aces or kings.
Right. Deeb waking up with ace-10 here. Looks to be stacking out a 3-bet. Well, that's a big one.
Wow.
560, maybe? $565. And he's going to get folds all the way around here.
Got exactly what he wanted. Similar to Jack's, he didn't really want to play that hand.
Right, yeah. That's a tough hand to play post-flop. If you hit either of your cards, you might be in bad shape. So just take it down free if you can. It looks like we got a dealer change here. Giovanna out, Rich in. A couple of our great dealers. Giovanna's one of our house dealers here, deals on a lot of our streams. One of the best dealers we've got. And Rich is a traveling dealer and another excellent dealer. We've got a bunch of dealers in for this Fall Poker Open. And Rich has dealt the final table of the main event. He's dealt final tables and feature tables on all kinds of different televised and streamed poker tournaments and things like that. So expert dealer here as well.
Absolutely. My nickname for him is the Machine.
Yeah. It's a good one.
He had that nickname before Bert Kreischer.
For different reason. Maybe.
$125.
And here's the finisher under the gun +1, doing the same thing with a small pair, opening it up.
I wouldn't suggest it for beginning players, but none of these guys are in that category.
Indeed, and it folds all the way around to the big blind. Jake, our chip leader, currently waking up with 8s in the big blind. He'll definitely defend. He may put in a raise here. No, he's gonna just call. Two well-described or disguised hands, rather, and all Broadway cards on the flop. Let's see how these guys decide to play it. Check. Checks.
Bam.
Finisher will c-bet and take it down.
Well done. If you're going to come in with those small pairs, you still got to be willing to represent the rest of the range that you could have had under the gun. Otherwise, it's just not worth playing them in
Right.
that position.
Yeah.
You're not going to hit those sets often enough.
A lot of money at stake here. The difference between 9th place and 1st place is $28,000. So,
Little 10x difference.
yeah. 3120 for 9th and 31,820 for 1st. We're going to see a lot of high-level play.
There's definitely an incentive to take a shot at getting up top. That's where all the money is. There's no reason to sit around and try to ladder up a couple spots.
Jake, with his never-ending series of monster hands.
This game is so easy.
Wakes up with ace-king suited in the small blind after the finisher raises it up again under the gun. Or actually, the finisher did not raise it this time. He's limped in with the fours this time. So Jake will be the first raiser to 240,000, and it's back over to the finisher. He's got pocket fours.
All in.
Ooh,
He jams it all in with the fours. Quick call from Jake.
bam, instant.
And the finisher currently ahead, but he does have the shorter stack, so he will be at risk here.
So with that instant call, he's got to be happy to see that he's a coin flip.
Yeah. And basically exactly a coin flip here. Oh, and a 4 in the window. Wow. Set of fours, pair of aces for Jake, so even an ace doesn't help him at this point. He needs running Broadway
Last
cards.
time I was at this FT.
The finisher
I had
looking
ace-king
like he's
versus
going to double
fours
up, and he will.
All right, so much for my comment about the game being easy.
Well, it is easy, but sometimes it's easy to lose half your stack, too.
Yeah, oh, makes two pair just to put salt on the wound.
And that'll change the dynamic a little bit. The finisher now
Kamikaze
possibly our
on.
chip leader. He's going to be sitting right at 2.6 million, and Jake back to where he
Kamikaze.
started at just over a
Live by, die
million.
by.
Doesn't die by the soul.
That's all right. Good statement. Listen.
Nice.
Last time I checked, I had the best hand, right? Sorry? I just want to make sure.
That move is actually something that Ed Sebestas talked about, local Poker Go champion. Limping with the small pairs, and if someone raises behind you, jamming. I don't know if you do it with that many big blinds, but as soon as I saw the limp, I thought maybe. And he pulled the trigger. Ended up perfect for him.
What did he say?
That's right.
Yeah, 1.25 is right.
Nice double up there for the finisher.
Reminded me of your hand with the 3 in the window.
We got to play the lows tonight.
No sweat.
Not trying to inch his way up the ladder. He's swinging for home runs.
That's right. Adib, no. That's a limp jam situation right there too, I think.
Think it would have worked.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the kind of hands you beat with it. Z waking up with kings under the gun +1. He's going to raise it up to 150,000. Must be nice.
strange
Action
having
folds
a
all the way
F2
around to the big blind. The finisher just finished stacking all these chips.
Way
He might
nicer.
defend with Jack 9.
You finally
You have any more white
finish, and it's like 2 a.m., 3 a.m.
Yeah, I
it's the
know.
middle of the night.
750.
Pretty good size raise, though. He might be able to get out of the way here. Remy getting some love in the chat from Joel Cerna. Thanks for watching, Joel.
He is going to go for it. Let's hope
Aces
for
in
his
my
sake he
pockets
doesn't hit
is
a
on
jack.
Team Keith. Sorry about that, Mike.
Oh, sorry.
Talking over you there. Oh, top pair for the finisher, and the kings still out in the lead here. He's going to bet 200 after the finisher checks. It's going to be tough for the finisher to fold now, flopping top pair in a gut shot.
He knows he's playing for 775, not 200.
Go.
Well, he makes the call. He
Check dog.
must have decided it was worth 775. The 5 is no help to either player. King's still in the lead here. Got about 800,000 in the middle. 1.365 total if you count the chips going in right now. So he's getting almost 3 to 1 on his money to call with top pair and a gut shot.
Yeah. Kind of hard to get away from. He's getting the right price.
$575.
It's that little bit of a sickening feeling. He knows he's behind now, but he's probably priced in to call it here.
He just got all those chips. It's probably exactly what he's thinking. But this is also a game of momentum. If you're hitting flops, it's tough to get out of the way. He does make the call. Z is in the lead, but with the shorter stack, again, he will be the one at risk.
And it's a game of math.
Done no dealer, put a jack 10 or a 9 out
If the
there,
pot's giving you the right odds, whether you're behind or not.
A 6 would be okay as well. I'm just saying for the finish.
Ooh.
There it is. Chop it up.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah, chop it
I didn't
up
even look
straight
at
to
the
the
top.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Well, that's not the result either of them wanted, but now they both live to play another hand.
And your 4-7 would have survived.
Yeah.
Were you scared?
No.
Where is that?
Win, win, lose, lose.
I
Have
have
fun.
to make up for the last time we chopped.
What's on the tournament schedule for tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Monday, the 25th, and we have day 2 of our PLO championship at 5 p.m. And at noon is the first, it's a $300 no limit hold'em tournament with 15,000 guarantee. It's a one-day event, so don't have to worry about coming back. And then at 7 p.m., we're starting nightly mega satellites to the main event. $135, win your seat into the $1,300 main. The main is a $750,000 guaranteed no limit hold'em tournament.
Sweet.
So yeah, it should be a good day tomorrow as well. All kinds of good stuff going on as far as cash games in the room as well. And don't forget, all of these tournaments, except for the satellites, count towards points towards our leaderboard. Top 27 points earners get into a free roll for $25,000 prize pool. First place will be $10,000. So
That's crazy.
yeah, come on down and play a $300 tournament. You could win $10,000, a seat that gets you $10,000. You know, pretty cool. I'm excited about that too. We'll be live streaming the final table of that Tournament of Champions. It's going to be fun.
Put some deuces out there, dealer. One time.
No fold?
Huh?
No fold?
No fours, the deuces. There it is. Yeah.
3 ways to the flop here. Jack 9 flopping top pair for the finisher. Again, Jack 9 and top pair. It checks all the way
There it is,
around.
deuce. Call for it, isn't it?
If you call for it, you got to bet it, right?
That's how I play the game. Unfortunately, I'm always calling for a card I don't want. I still bet it.
Works against cards.
Back-to-back hands, baby. Look at that. Back-to-back.
Yeah, pretty good streak of hands there. For sure.
Ooh, a whole bunch of junk. That's a monster.
Jake with the deuces in the hijack will raise it up to 125.
No chop. Oh. Third is the 3 hours to lose. How big of a stack? How many blinds?
It was at about 800. So the blinds that on it was about 8
How many blinds?
Finisher with chips and the button.
at 12 o'clock.
Gonna get a little active here.
Not too bad.
And the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks.
When you get on a streak, sometimes players will be more afraid of you also. Whether or not streaks actually exist, poker players believe they do.
Well, I've heard you say before that people see patterns.
Yeah.
And once the pattern starts like that,
Did you say Levy?
I think I said something like
205?
something like that.
205.
Jake leads out 70,000 here with the deuces and gets a quick raise from the finisher to 205. And he's trying to
Let's do it.
represent a pattern here with his king high. He doesn't know it, but he has 2 overcards.
Good fold.
You know, bluffing with what will probably be the best hand by the river against deuces. I think he tried to show there, and I don't think Jake even noticed it.
yeah.
But everybody else saw that he was bluffing there.
If you can't fold deuces there without being worried that you were bluffed.
Right.
No, what if he's got 80?
Well,
Yeah, he's got 80.
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah.
I like to playing back at that late position opener.
Otherwise, the dealer makes me work.
He's got the chip stack, and I guess now he's going to keep the pressure on some people.
And it looks like the blinds have increased again. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the shorter stacks here. $80,000 big blind now. The average stack just under 20.
And
Bigs.
Remy's got
Oh, we had some cards stuck together here. One of the players had 3
Redo
cards,
it.
so
Y'all get 3 too?
start it again.
Always push it. Have a look. Yeah.
I was the only one 3? Pineapple.
Remy under 10 big blinds. He's going to have to pick one and go here.
Yeah. Couldn't figure it out. I wasn't paying attention until I looked down.
Very tight. How'd you find out?
You only play sets.
I had the button, bro. I improved it at KK.
Well, good misdeal for Dagger. He wakes up with 10s now under the gun. I don't know what he had before, but I'm sure it wasn't 10s. Dagger's deuce 7 in his name is because deuce 7 is his favorite hand. I don't know how he plays it in a tournament situation, but he plays 10s by raising them to 175 from under the gun.
What was that?
Oh, I saw
Yeah.
Jake had my hand.
It is possible to have a favorite hand and not play it.
I know, I've done it 3 times.
Lifetime.
Yeah.
You're taking turns.
Because sometimes it's like there's already a 4-bet to you when you see it, and then you're just like, I can't bluff this one. You know? And when it's your favorite hand, it's always a bluff.
Yeah, it's me a number I really haven't.
Wow, this is going to be tough for Vivek here. Oh, he does lay it down. That's a tough one to lay down when it folds around to you and you got king 10.
Yeah, that under the gun razor though, you got to give him some respect.
For sure, but when you've got that many chips in there already, you're getting a pretty good price to peel one off. But yeah, king 10's a tough one. It's another one of those hands where even if you hit it, you're probably outkicked or, you know.
Yeah, quite often you're dominated there, but you'd rather be the one shoving it in and maybe have a little bit of fold equity even than calling off there to an under the gun razor.
Yeah,
Always root
yeah,
for
you know
underdog.
it, yeah,
I'll find my spot.
and you'll see it.
He'll find a spot. See,
First
it's
When I was a kid, I used to get pissed off. All those movies where the bad guy would always lose. I was like, well, just give him one time. Let him win one time.
Gotta be 160.
The underdog. Maybe like, do you ever think of one movie where a bad guy won just once? The villain never wins.
JP with the ace king. Gotta raise it up here. Almost.
Keith hadn't
certainly.
had much of a chance to play. Gets in there with king jack and JP behind it with ace
I
king.
called Tony Montana villain.
Whoa.
That he was the man in that movie.
All in for 1.3 million. That seems like a lot.
Well, everybody's working on their overbet ranges. That's just a huge overbet.
I mean, with the blinds at 80,000 though, I guess when you're already facing a raise, you don't want to 3-bet a third of your stack and then, you know, I don't know.
I don't know. I guess it's my cash background. If I'm ahead, I kind of want my opponent to call.
Sure. Or give them the chance to jam it in on you after you put in a reasonable sized raise.
I think it's like 45, 50 minutes. It's a long delay.
Well, whatever it is.
I'll make you wait.
You just tell me what it is. I'm real disappointed in you if I find out it was kings.
Pocket fold.
What about queens? Queens were okay?
Queen's okay. I respect that.
Got it.
I mean, you gotta admit, I limped under the gun. He raised that instant jam. It looks real strong, don't it? It looks real fucking strong. It's not what you have, it's how you play it, baby. Yeah, I mean, just think about it, man.
How'd you feel when you got snap called?
Yeah, I was going to say, the way,
Well, it was already in there, so it didn't change my feelings.
the way he just snapped you off,
swear,
it was like he was terrified.
I felt so great when I saw ace king.
You are on another level, man. For sure. I don't know what level that is.
How much is that?
Keith's going to open this one from under the gun with ace 10. That's always a tough hand for me to play, especially in early position. But you don't want to be throwing away aces.
Yeah, it looks like a nice hand, but it's going to get you in trouble a bunch. You're going to win small pots, lose big ones.
Yeah. He gets a call from finisher with king, queen of clubs, and now Dagger in the small blind is looking down at 2 black nines. Dagger with 1.5 million.
180.
He makes the call. Wow, and Remy with a big hand too. Now Remy might squeeze here. Ace jack of hearts. It's tough to squeeze when it's 4 ways though. I don't know. What do you think, Mike?
Well, if you're going to play the ace jack after all that action, you want to try to have some fold equity along with it. So if you're going to play it, try to take this opportunity to squeeze them out.
Remy with just under 1.5 million. We do
2
have
bets here. It does look super strong too.
Yeah. Stack size is relatively even except for the finisher in there, our chip leader with about double the stack of everybody else.
Romaine lettuce, he said.
And Remy does raise it up. He's going to make it 580. putting in about a third of his chips. And that gets Keith out of the way.
What is that, 5 white chips behind you?
King Queen might look pretty, but with all that action, I'd be surprised if he called.
If you receive on table number 7, you're on number 5 now.
Okay, I'm surprised.
Yeah, the finisher's going to make the call here. My guess is he decided he would call an all-in if either of these players shoves. If you're making that call, you're probably going to call the 1.5. Both these players sitting are right about 1.5.
Yeah, he was sitting at 3 million before this hand. I think I'd rather keep that position and find a better spot, but he's at the final table and I'm not. So.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think when you're in the chip lead, you want to apply pressure when you can, and this is the opposite of applying pressure, making calls.
Yeah.
Well, Remy manages to get rid of the best hand and isolate himself against the hand that he's beating. The other ace folded. So good work on the squeeze. Hopefully it works out for him. Unfortunately, 2 clubs come off. Unfortunately for Remy here, finisher flopping a draw, but Remy's still in the lead with ace high.
And he's probably going to continue the story. He did put 1/3 of his stack in.
Yeah, we got 1.6 in the middle here, and Remy is going to shove it all in. Finisher making a quick call here with club draw.
Oh, I'm more lining up off.
And it's
Turn him dead, dude. Let's put a club out there.
the finisher actually the favorite here.
Yeah, with the other ace
with
being
ace
dead.
in the muck, and
He wouldn't be dead if it was the 7 of clubs on the
clubs, king or queen, all live for the finisher. Remy in the lead right now, but needs to stay that way or he will be eliminated. The finisher can afford to lose this one. A deuce of hearts, good card for Remy. Just needs to see another red card that doesn't have a face on it here. Oh, and it's the king of spades. And the finisher continues to both play well and get there. Eliminating Remy in 9th place.
Nice job, Remy. Great tournament. Second final table in a row.
Yeah, definitely a good run. Obviously, this is not the result he was looking for, but he's going to be taking home over $3,000 today, and that's not bad.
You got 10X's the difference between 9th and 1st, and he was going for 1st. I like to play. Good job, good job.
No, I was just helping you out. I didn't realize you had all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You played it very well, just ran into the wrong draw
I was
right
just
there.
helping you out. I honestly didn't even look at your stack. I was just like, I'm just going to give him a chance because he obviously needs it.
If you look at the opposite side of that, if the red card would come down right there, he's sitting in the catbird seat to take a shot going deep.
Oh, yeah.
So I like the courage that he showed there to go for it.
100%. He's going for first place with that move.
Let's make it 205. Why not?
Put those whites in front whenever he's ready.
Let's make it 205.
Finisher waking up with another pocket pair here,
Momentum,
this
be
time
careful.
sevens.
He
Now the
definitely has
finisher
momentum.
Dominating lead with over 5 million in chips. He has almost half the chips in play. 13.8 million chips total on this table. Oh, and Keith in the big blind wakes up with 2 kings. Finisher with a large raise to open here is going to be facing a large raise back.
Really? How much is that?
705.
705? Can I see your chips? Something about the way you put them chips out there just makes me want to do it. It's about $1 million behind, huh? Roughly. All right, look at that. Look at that. It's a big fold. It's a big fold. Show it. Show it. You can't show the blob.
That's a nice fold. Looked like he was
swear,
getting a little
almost about
itchy
to call
wanting to
just 'cause it
gamble
was
there,
700
but
and a half
Yeah.
off the seven.
I think he's way better off to keep his chip position and keep applying
This is
pressure.
too tempting. I don't know.
For sure.
Was
When
that a
they
good
play
fold?
back at you, you can easily get out of the
Honestly, in
way.
your
But
opinion, you know, good fold.
Depends on the flop, he says.
Every hand is a good hand before the flop.
That flop, it was wonderful.
I don't know. It might have been a bad fold there. Might have been a
I
bad
think
fold.
both plays.
I mean, I'm a momentum player, and like, there's no fucking way that seven's not gonna hit that flop. I mean, it had to come. It was just coming.
I just got word from the back it actually came 2 sevens.
That's perfect, dude. That's perfect.
JP with the ace jack under the gun here. Putting in a raise of 165. It's a more reasonable raise at this blind level. Hard to adjust to the tournament raising style when you're used to the Texas cash game style of raising
For you to put
15x.
700 out there after you see
yeah, the
matter what you
5X
get.
open, yeah.
must have a strong ass hand.
5x is a small
That's
one. Some of these tables, we're playing 1-3 and they're open for 20, 25.
Right. Yep.
Should have made a 505. I would have called you.
And
705.
we're back
that's
to
a little bit
Giovanna
too steep.
in the dealer's chair, and you can see
work
the
hard for these chips, man.
payouts there
Have to be
again.
real
All of these players
can't
interested in
just
that
throw it
first
left
place
and
of
side. You gotta
$31,280.
These are my
Everybody at
soldiers.
this
They have
table
to protect
guaranteed
them before I put 'em out
$4,000
there.
at this point.
I'm feeling like you had pocket jacks.
And a look at the
Or pocket queens,
upcoming
one of those
events.
I don't know how
Tomorrow,
you do
day
that.
one, or sorry, a 1 day rather, no limit hold'em event at noon. And the PLO championship at 5.
Good?
And if you haven't seen the Omaha Sweats or played in them, they are fun.
But I was
Yeah.
pissed because I'm hitting every flop, so you know I'm pissed too at the same time.
Or are they 135?
Yeah, 135, one hand of Omaha. See if you win a seat into the main event.
You know, folding is the best way to go deep for the tournament.
It's my best chance, really.
Except
Yeah.
for the final table.
For sure. You should probably play 8 or 9 of them.
Or 20.
Welcome back. You all right? Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, they got a good game out there.
Action folds all the way around to the blinds this time. Jake with a suited queen in the small blind.
All in.
And he just jams it all in there for almost a million chips.
Wow.
860,000. JP with 7-8. Most likely going to get out of the way here.
I like it. I didn't realize he was down to 10 big blinds already. Holy cow.
Yeah, he took a couple of hits in a row there
Huh? Oh, I did?
after coming in and doubling up real quick. I think hand 4 he doubles up. Started the final table with just over $1 million in chips, and now he's back to pretty close to that.
Definitely won't count him out. He's been there, done that. Double up a couple times, he's right back in it. Okay.
Well, that's a good hand to start with under the gun. I think the raise is too much, though. 210. Adib waking up with the ace. Oh, it turns out the raise is not too much.
Oh,
Vivek's about to
wow.
get his entire stack in here with a couple of kings.
Well, he's going to get his call with the aces, but he's only going to be able to have a shot at about 440,000. So, unless someone else is behind with something big.
Yeah, somebody's about to get coolered here. I don't know who yet, but seeing this king and daggers hand tells me that Vivek is going to need a lot of help.
Well, king high straight possibilities. Oh, there's the other king.
There's the other king. And
Control 8-9 suited.
Aye.
what a cooler. Vivek's going to need some clubs.
You've been lucky before.
Some
Look at
king
that.
high straight
Run
cards.
that out. Just do it. Run out as fast as you can.
We know both the kings are dead. Obviously, this is a great hand to get your stack in there with, but just runs into the aces here. And Adib looking really, really good to win this million chip pot. Yeah, that's going to do it. I think he's drawing dead at this point. I don't know where that 8% is coming from.
Well, nice tournament for Vivek.
Yeah.
He's a quality player. We've seen him several times already, and he did find a good spot to get his money in. Waited for kings, but
Yeah.
jeez.
GG.
I recognize those chips.
It was a list.
More salt on the wound there, huh?
Well, he's not the type of player that has to wait for a good hand either, but just the circumstances of this final table, you just had to wait for better spots. Thought he
100%.
found it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're sure right about that.
And now we're down to 7. Everybody at this table guaranteed 4,900. Average stack now about 24 big blinds. And there's a look at your payouts. Again, 31,280 up top.
That was stupid lucky. Congratulations.
I mean, no, I mean, how lucky for him.
Oh, yeah.
Dagger waking up with a pocket pair here, under the gun +1. Couple of 5s in his hand. Tournament director Dave Phelps getting some chairs out of the way, making room, cleaning up things. Always doing a great job. Just had a birthday the other day. Happy late birthday to Dave.
Yeah, finally over the hill.
Yeah, an old man like the rest of us now.
Yeah, he does a great job. He just quietly does his job. Just always there, always dependable.
Almost as funny as I am.
Come on, no one can be as funny as you.
Well, looks aren't everything, Mike.
Or as vicious.
Who, me? I'm a sweetheart. I love the sound of all the poker action in the background. Usually when we're doing these live streams, it's kind of isolated back in the back, and most of the cash games are up in the front. You just don't hear that. I like hearing the poker room in the background. There's so much going on at Champions right now.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I have to use all the space.
I thought it would be distracting, but it's no, it's not. It's the noise we hear all the time when we're playing.
Right.
$240.
We've got more of the normal poker tournament dynamics now, with the big chip leader being able to pressure, and then you got some middling stacks that are incentivized to wait and let a small stack go out first.
Yeah, definitely. When this final table started, the stack sizes were so even, and you mentioned it, there was really no table captain. Nobody was kind of putting the pressure on. But now with the finisher having so many chips, he can apply that pressure and afford to lose a hand or two.
I guess we're going to be able to see whether that nickname is appropriate.
Yeah. Well, we know he's going to finish. Just don't know when. He'll definitely be the finisher.
It kind of applies to everybody, Dan.
I know. But I finished a long time ago. We've got, if you're a cash game fan, we've got a couple of no limit hold'em games, a couple of pot limit Omaha games, and one really big pot limit Omaha game going right now.
Really big. Throwing cars and houses in the middle.
Yeah. And obviously all this tournament action going on. If you haven't been to Champions Club yet, now is the time to come check it out. It's just a beautiful room. Completely remodeled property. We're the only poker club in Texas that has a hotel on site. The food here is second to none as far as any poker room I've ever been to. We've got a world-class chef in Connie. Comes from a 5-star steakhouse in Dallas. Down here, cooking up some of the best steaks you've ever had, and then everything else on the menu is great as well.
Anything she creates, she can do anything.
Yeah. And of course, our poker team, second to none as well. We've got dealers and tournament staff and floors that have worked every kind of event you can think of. World Series of Poker, WPT, all the big events. So this staff here really knows what they're doing.
Yeah, they've worked together for so long. They're like a big family, except they don't fight as much.
Action folds all the way around to the blinds here. Dagger waking up with a suited ace-8. Looks like he's going to be raising it up.
Breaks up another hour and a half.
You have to run.
185.
We could vote in like 30 minutes to just do like a 3-minute break or something.
That would be great. Y'all want to go for that?
I mean, you could do a bathroom break in 3 minutes.
That would be great.
Y'all want to do just a 3-minute break and come back immediately?
No, what I mean is like.
No, I'm saying we can pause it. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah,
FT.
yeah,
I'm just saying
yeah.
we'll just
We
do
can
a
do it.
bathroom
Let's
break
do the
and come
bathroom.
immediately
Yeah.
back, but don't take a big break.
Yeah.
Thank
That's
you very
fine.
much.
Just for you. Yeah.
Well, both players catching an ace here, or 8 rather, here on this flop. Dagger with the better kicker.
You come up with good ideas sometimes. Well,
Thank you.
well, it's all
I
right.
try my best sometimes.
175 is the
In
best.
fact, we can go right now since we do it after the game.
No, do it after at the break.
At the break?
Yeah. At the break, we'll just stop.
He wants it
Give
better.
them a heads up and then.
Gotcha. You mean in 3 minutes?
Correct. Yeah, sorry. When I say break into this level, it's easier to do.
If you're calling with 8-4, you got to like that flop, but he is dominated right now.
Everybody's
Yeah,
cool.
well,
It's just super short
blind
break.
versus blind. If you hit a piece, you're probably feeling pretty good.
All right, cool.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
That's
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Bad
Just,
news
just
for-
bathroom, come
for
back.
Keith
Actually,
here.
it could be.
Is there a
quicker.
bathroom there too?
Just this way. Let's clarify. Bathroom. wash
Dagger's
hands,
not going to
come
put
back.
him on a king either. Probably
Wash
would
your hands,
re-raise in that
use the bathroom,
situation.
Then wash your hands. Okay.
At the WSOP, that's the thing.
Players are in.
Oh no, Keith decides to go all in here. Dagger may lay this down. It's a lot of chips. It's all his chips.
It is exactly how a weak king would play it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we just go now?
sorry, guys.
We'll just go now. We'll start it. It's gonna be a second. Yeah, let's just do it. Okay.
Well, turn your mics off, please.
Oh, no.
Nope. Somebody didn't. Well, normally I don't talk when there's somebody trying to make a decision like this, but I think what I'm going to do is just make a little bit of noise. This is a real tough decision here for Dagger. Like you said, a weak king would easily play it like this. Also, it's the big blind, and you do 6, wheel cards. There's just so many things that could happen here where an ace-8 wouldn't be good. But then again, heads up, it's really tough to fold. Middle pair.
2.1 million already in the pot, though. You don't have to be right very often, but you'd rather
But if you're wrong,
pick a better
it's
spot.
your tournament. Yeah.
Well, but now you're less than 10 big blinds.
You have a
Right.
king and you're betting
Yeah,
like that?
you're putting yourself in a worse situation later.
Right.
Is what you're saying, I think.
I had an 8.
Might have been better than mine.
Huh?
Said it might have been better than mine.
You had an 8? You had ace 8. Should have called, huh? Got it through.
Felt like that was the only way I would win that hand.
It was
Yeah,
a
I
very
was pushing at the end,
convincing play.
for sure.
I mean, you don't expect to be able to get him to fold when the pot's offering him 4-1.
How long I got?
Couple minutes, we're good. We're not gonna sell. We're gonna wait for you.
All right.
We're gonna wait.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
yeah,
grab a
we're not
drink real
gonna
quick.
Do it. Or we're gonna have a cocktail with you.
It looks like they're pausing the clock for a moment here, just for a
I'll wait. I'll wait on them.
brief pause for the players. They're going to come right back, though. Here's a look at the streaming schedule for the rest of the week. We're going to do a cash game tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central Time, 5:10, no limit hold'em cash game. Then we got the final table of PLO event coming up on Wednesday.
That it was a big hand? I had a
And
pretty
as
good
you can
hand.
see
I
here,
didn't-
we still got plenty of events going on for the series. Tomorrow,
He said he
PLO
did.
Championship Flight
He
B.
said he had a lower
Got
8.
the one-day
He
no
said he
limit
had a
hold'em
lower
at
8
noon.
than I did. I had ace 8.
Tuesday, we
He said
start
he
the
had a
Omaha Sweats that Mike was talking about, and the main event starting Tuesday at 11 a.m.
Yeah, right.
Another flight of the PLO.
There you go. I had a lower 8 than you.
Hey, I laid
Plenty
it
of
down.
poker
Whatever it was,
action
he
here at
won the
Champions
chippies.
Club. This has been a
I'm
great
betting
series.
like I'm winning. And when
Mega
someone says
satellite
that
for
you're not,
$135 to get into a
I gotta believe them
$1,300 buy-in
Right?
tournament. That's
If you got
That's a
a
good
dog
opportunity.
in the fight, maybe you believe him.
You didn't believe me when I showed
I shoved on you, sir. If you shoved on me, I would have absolutely believed you. You allowed me to make the mistake.
Yeah, don't do it.
I mean, it's kind of like force. I mean, Jesus Christ.
No one's looking at him. You're the only one.
And look at the payouts again. 31,000 up top.
a pretty good couple days' work.
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
I'd like to see that. Did they
He
put up the
wanted
chip
by
stacks
brute
and I missed it?
force.
I haven't seen the chip stacks in a while. I know that
Right.
the
He wanted it more than I did.
2-seat, the finisher,
let him
is
know that I
definitely the
was
chip
coming.
leader. There we
There
go.
we go.
He said his train
Kind of
was
wanted
bigger.
to see where everybody else was at here. So we got Z and Dagger that are kind of up against it. Jake a little bit better than that, but finisher
What'd she say?
with
Hang in
almost
there.
half the chips in play, and then Keith and Nadib doing pretty well there, up over 2 million.
Oh, good. I should have asked for that as well. But then again, I haven't.
63 big
But then
blinds. That's a
again-
good spot to be in when you're at the final table.
I haven't played a hand. So
Yes,
I
it
can't
is.
Really, I'm not getting any info.
There's
And
not a
only
whole
hand I
lot of
have
incentive for the middling
played,
stacks to
so
play
if he's
tight,
coming
though.
over the top,
Normally, you're going to wait and ladder up and let
he's
those
doing
short
good.
stacks
If
drop
not,
out,
I
but
mean,
there's only a couple $1,000
table
difference
image means nothing.
between 7th and 5th. So
Yeah.
you would
Nah,
hope that they
dude.
would stay
Hey, you're gonna
aggressive
go
and
to
take a
the
shot
next
at winning
one,
this thing.
I didn't say this one's over.
Yeah, there's a huge jump in these tournaments, typically between 4th and 3rd
Yeah,
place,
no,
and
yeah.
this one is no different.
No.
Almost 5,000.
Oh,
What
wait,
is
100K already?
almost exactly a $5,000 jump between
like it.
4th and 3rd place.
Did you fold
I did
before the
fold.
time expired?
Dude, I didn't look at the clock. I was too busy in.
Then it couldn't be.
I was too busy in the
Now he
zone.
waited. He
He had 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
no, he tanked for a while.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I did tank. I tanked for at least 2 minutes, I think. I'm not a big tanker,
Yeah,
but
whatever production says. Right?
I had to think of all of our hands together, and I'm thinking, you know, I'm thinking, was he
Another
pissed
look at
that
our
guy?
streaming
No.
schedule. I'm excited about that 25K
You might
Tournament
got
of
it. You might
Champions.
have it.
Obviously, the main event final table is going to be fun.
I don't get mad.
That could be a long one. There's going to be so many chips in play. I think it's going to be
Turn it on.
a lot of really high-level
Mine's still
play
green.
on that final table. If you like watching tournament poker, I think that Monday stream is going to be for you.
And similar to this table, you're going to have a lot of experienced tournament players that have had some wins under their belt. It's going to be a pretty high-level tournament, I'm sure. People coming in from everywhere.
What's up?
So what happens? You lay your cards here and they can see your cards by laying them here?
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Like when you pull them up or something?
There's a sensor inside the. It's an RFID chip.
As soon as it hits inside the box, it's going to have a second hit.
These are special cards with the chip in them.
No, it feels so thick.
Let's see.
Yeah, pass that one over here. No, that ace is
Right.
All right, underway again.
Shit, it's freezing here. Oh, fuck.
It's very cold, isn't it? It's really cold.
They told me it was gonna
Why did they
warm
have
up
it so
in here.
cold?
Fucking cold.
Thank God. We were hot.
Well, you got a hat on.
I just put it on my head.
You got a hat on. You're way warmer. Actually, you lose
I'm
what,
actually
60%? 60%
Yeah,
of
it
the
blocked the wind a little bit. Yeah.
Right here to my opponent.
Yeah.
It's a tactic.
I don't know what you lose.
He told them to put it down.
JP waking up with a pair here. First hand back from their short break. 7 players remaining of 346. And JP making it 210,000 with 2 red 8s. And it's going to fold around here. JP picking up a set of blinds and antes.
Slightly over 2x, does the job. Once you get at this point in the tournament, you don't have to have big raises. People know that their tournament life could be at stake if they continue with you.
Yeah, blinds up now to 100,000, big blind. 50, 100, 100. That's a lot in the middle to go for. 250,000 just sitting out there pre-flop. And the finisher waking up with
The
a
blind is 100.
suited
Yes.
ace here.
210.
7-handed now, ace 7, not that bad of a hand. He's going to make it 210.
Come along for a ride, huh?
Adib waking up with king queen suited will make the call in the +1 position, and Dagger now with his favorite hand. Let's see if he chooses to play it.
You don't have to play your favorite hand.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't even play my 7-4 in this spot, but Dagger not instantly folding the 7 deuce offsuit. And he will get out of the way. Well played.
Yes, nice job.
It was a tough laydown for him.
If it's his favorite hand, he probably knows how to play it.
Yeah. Done a lot of study on that one. Action folds around to the big blind. JP waking up with pocket 6s, likely to defend here.
It's a good squeeze spot.
Looks like he's just going to call, though, and we'll go 3 ways to the flop. JP looking to
Flop
set
and dead
mine.
doing.
Finisher and Adib both looking for red cards. Well, nobody hits anything on this one. 6 is in the lead, but 3 overcards on the board.
And finisher hits his
Finisher
7.
bottom pair, yeah. I guess that's something.
It's enough to take the lead.
That is the lead, yeah. I totally missed it.
325.
It's definitely in the range of cards that would call an open. So the finisher he might have the best hand right now, but he can't like that raise. I think I would have preferred him raise himself instead of checking it over to a deep.
You can't call. I know that. I see chips.
Yeah, as you often say, it's better to be the better than the caller. Finisher leads out there and gets raised, then he's going to know where he's at. But if you check and let the other player bet, then you have to guess where you're at.
Yeah, put him in a very tough spot. If he would have bet, it would have been exactly the other way around. The D would have had a tough time calling.
Instead, he picks up a million chips.
And then stuck it in.
I got lucky. I was right.
True story. Hey, I didn't say anything wrong with anything. I just said, I think your man's not going to fucking call. You're wrong. Queen Jack over.
He was right that time.
Well, you strike me as the kind of guy who would show it. So the fact you didn't show it, pat on my back. I mean, y'all have to be dying to show a bluff against me right now.
No, dude.
I think you're
I
just
just don't
so.
think you
I'm
can
just
call
glad
it
to
jam
be
there.
here.
I just don't think you can do it. But you know, I just didn't.
Three folds.
I don't know. I just have too much respect for my elders. That's the truth. That's the truth, honestly.
You just
If
called
you
your
look
number.
like you're
Very
younger than
backhanded
me, I would
compliment.
just jammed it right down your throat. I would have did it. I'm telling you.
Look like you're younger than me.
I'm telling you who I am.
Do I look like that? I'm younger than you?
Yeah, I would rip it right up.
You got no chance.
I'm like, call security.
Hey, you know, next time
And
I
the rich
raise,
kid
I'm taking
richer
my hat off.
as
Jacked into it's like, I'm going to wait for it.
the finisher gets a walk.
Not this one.
That's right, that's right.
Seems like full. Seems like full.
I'd like to see this place take off. Really, it's a nice place.
It will.
It is the first time I've played it. It's very nice.
They definitely do it better than the other poker rooms.
That's a great idea to get a hotel and make it into a car.
That's
Yeah.
absolutely
That's an absolute
incredible.
great idea.
Spread some.
I agree with what all these guys are saying.
Hold on.
Z waking up here with ace jack with only 485,000 and one hand away from the big blind. Has to make this move now, and he wakes up with a good hand to do it with.
Yeah, that was their main.
He's got a super wide range in that position, so he may get a light call from somebody. Oh, but JP on the button here with a pair.
Here we go. Yeah, I was worried about my card.
Where's this at? Oh, yeah.
75, 40,
They didn't have any, like,
Jake making the nice fold with the ace six.
should have been buried in that card.
Call.
fold, 485.
So we have a call from JP on the button, and both of the blinds will fold. So we will see what happens here. Z needing some help, or he's at risk of being our 7th place finisher.
To the 4.
It's a fair fight.
Yep.
You got to win. You got to win your share of these to win tournaments.
It's definitely true.
Four's hitting, bro.
Sailboats, baby. You must be a sailor.
Well, a little bit of help there, some chop outs, but with a 6, now he needs to catch that ace or jack. Oh, and he
there
does
it
hit the
is.
jack, and it's a double up for Z.
Taking my jacket for you.
The old trick of getting ready to go.
And now he's up to 12 big blinds and has to
New Orleans, they'll call you a
put 2 of
neutral.
them in the pot immediately.
River rat.
River up?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
This is that fun time in the tournament where you can go from nothing to a big stack relatively quickly.
Definitely go from nothing to something.
Okay.
The blinds are big. You got to get it in there, and you just double up a couple times.
Oh, really?
And there's a look at your
Where do you live?
Gulf
chip
Coast,
stacks. You went from the worst stack to right in the
I thought
middle.
You were talking LBC in California.
No,
And now it's dagger.
different color waters.
Jake.
A
We're
lot
going to have to
different.
make some moves here in the next orbit or two. Dagger under the gun. Jake still has a couple of hands.
My dad used to take me out there all the time when I was a kid. We used to think it was like the best thing in the world growing up.
There's no worse feeling than when you're playing a tournament and you're under the gun and you know that the next hand you're going to have to put a third of your chips in there. And you wake up with something like King 4.
Yeah. Do I play this garbage or the next random?
Yeah. You're like, oh no.
Did they really?
Oh God.
King 3.
I think I might have jinxed him.
Yeah, wave like.
Yeah, he's going to get out of the way there. King 3 offsuit. Now, if it's suited, you probably just jam your chips in. Keith here with a nice suited connector. He has chips to play with. He's going to raise it up.
Oh,
he chose
a little pump
get
fake.
out of the way.
It's a great place.
Interesting.
You have to go, really. Take your families and go. It's a nice
There is a good tournament. I played it once in Mississippi.
JP in the
I don't
cutoff.
remember the name. Beau Voyage,
Now he's got
Beau Voyage.
11 bigs, and
Whoa.
he's going to jam it all in.
Oh, I guess 11 bigs. That's definitely what you do there.
Yeah, it feels like a million chips should be a lot, right? But we're at 100,000 big blind now, so
1.1 million.
so even I can do the math in my head of how many big blinds that is.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, average stack now 19 bigs, but that's a little bit misleading because
the time you
one
ever
guy
played?
has almost half the chips on the
Third
table.
tournament I've ever played in my life.
The average stack for the rest of these guys is
You
about
have bad habits yet?
big blinds, you know.
It's true. You play online prior to that?
And like I've said before, there's no reason sitting around trying to ladder up. All the money's up top.
Right.
Get it in there, see if you can take a shot at
Not
winning.
even like 8 years.
And this hand here, Dagger is in the big blind
I mean, I
for
played,
about a
like,
third of his chips.
You know, friend cash
Oh,
game,
Keith, what are you thinking?
Never did anything nuts.
You had some experience.
He just doesn't know.
Now Jake has about 7 big blinds at King Jack. He's probably going to get it in here, but he also knows that Dagger is going to definitely be all in this hand. So he may. This is a tough spot for him, right? He goes 450.
Yeah, you just get so thin that.
The finisher, our chip leader with Ace Jack on the cutoff.
Wow.
Knows Jake's range is really wide here. He only has 7 bigs. Also knows that Dagger is in the big blind and probably going to get in there. That's a tough spot too. It's Ace Jack.
Ace Jack is pretty darn good 5-handed. Oh, we're 6-handed.
Or 7-handed.
Oh, 7.
But it is a good hand 5-handed. You're right.
Weird.
If he busts these 2 players, we will be 5-handed. And he could get 2 with this hand. Yeah. Just knowing that he's going to be up against 2 players there, I think he made that fold. His Dagger almost certainly
Keith, if you don't mind.
moving all in here, and Jake already put over half his chips in. He's definitely.
Of course. And they're like pocket fours or something? That seems like the hand to say of course with.
No, I don't have 4s, brother.
That move by Jake is what the top level players, just in case it goes crazy behind them with an all in and an all in, then you can get away from it.
And hope somebody else busts out in
Yeah.
that hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jake is, no, like we said, no stranger to these final table situations. A very, very sophisticated poker player.
No, manual.
Have a count.
Much more so than me.
Just kidding.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more. It's just a little bit more, brother.
Oh, wow.
And here we go, the 2 short stacks going at it. King Jack versus 9-10. Jake with the chip advantage and the hand advantage. Dagger's going to need some help here.
There's too many guys
Will be
behind me.
eliminated. And Jake will be
I don't feel
crippled
it.
if he loses to the 9-10.
Oh, wow.
Oh, a king and a 10.
Just run out of the building. It'll work every time. Just literally, you need to Forrest Gump that shit. It'll work.
The old stand up, I lost move. Sometimes that works. Dagger needs a 10 or a 9 on the river, or he will be our 7th place finisher for $4,900.
Good game, everybody.
And he will not get that.
Oh, nice
Will
job.
be eliminated in 7th place. Nice run there for Dagger.
Yeah.
See you again for sure. Bottom move.
Where the heck?
$4,900.
Oh, I dodged bullets, baby.
Okay.
You didn't feel it.
I just didn't feel it. Thinking is overrated, man. Just you gotta go with your gut. Just keep thinking, you just fuck yourself up.
Is this a Louisiana thing or what?
It's gotta be. I don't know. I don't know what kind of thing it is.
It's more of a Mississippi thing.
I don't like to think. I think like the more time you take to think,
Everybody
the more
guaranteed
time you, like, you fuck yourself up.
5,860. That's a pretty good day.
Yeah, the
That's just for me.
jumps are getting bigger, folks. But everybody at this table is gunning for that first spot.
Two.
And JP with 13 big blinds. Queen 10, not a terrible hand, short-handed. Do you raise here or do you wait for a better spot? He doesn't have to get all his chips in to raise. He chooses to wait, and Adib wakes up with a nice king-jack in the cutoff. He will raise it to 225. And we have a dead small blind, so he only has to get through the big blind now. Keith with 6-5 offsuit will get out of the way.
You won every single hand except one. You only lost one hand.
You know,
It's incredible.
I haven't played a hand yet. I played the aces with the.
You just lost only one hand. That's it.
Wait till you catch a 3 and a 4.
You gonna fire any of these vents, Mike? Or are you gonna try to get into the main?
I don't know. I'm pretty locked into some other stuff right now and playing cash. My original thought was yes, I would, but
Cash game's pretty good right now.
it's Houston. The cash games are great.
Yeah.
Do they have a tournament in the Boulder Wire Center?
They used to have the $1 Million
I
Heater.
got
I never played it
two.
after
One
I
stuck to
played
one.
the first one.
What happened here?
It's got to be a misdeal because it's not like the burner like that.
Yeah.
It was
Why is it a
together.
misdeal?
Couple
It's
cards
stuck
stuck together
I have
again.
cards.
We had three.
Oh, yeah.
Three
That,
cards.
that happened already. Actually, it already happened
Sometimes
twice
choose the
today.
best one and slip the other one.
This happens every once in a while, especially with these RFID cards. They feel kind of weird in your hand. I'm also a dealer, and I did deal on this
Yeah, the
table
Bow runs a good
during
tournament.
the
Paul Dutch.
Poker Go
is
sessions,
the
and
tournament
Yeah.
dir- or used to be
the
the
cards
tournament
always
director there.
feel
He's
like
the
two
second in
cards because
charge
they
of
really
the
are
business
kind
of
of two cards sandwiched
I
together
think
with
they
a
ran
little
it again this
microchip in the
year,
middle.
I
So
think.
Yeah, it's typically in
I might be
January.
wrong,
It's
yeah.
typically
pretty
in
easy
January.
to accidentally deal off
They have
two
a Gulf,
cards.
Gulf Coast Poker Series too. I think most of the
Yeah,
tournaments
when you
have to
see
take
some of the best
overload.
dealers in the country
been-
having difficulty, you know that these
I
cards are
used
a
to be
little
a
bit
sales rep
different.
in
Yeah.
Louisiana, Mississippi, so I would always like, stay in New Orleans and play at Harris for a couple of days, and stay in Tunica for a couple of days and play those games and stuff. Always make my schedule around it. It's fun.
15 years ago, Tunica was amazing.
But it is pretty amazing, the technology, the fact that with a card that's just a little thicker than a normal card, that you don't need any kind of camera or anything like that. The little transmitter in there.
When I was in Tunica,
Tells the
I played a
table
round
what
of golf,
the
and
players
I shot
have. It's
28 on the
pretty
front
amazing.
9, and I was gambling huge. It was the lowest 9.
Yeah,
I've
the
ever
games
had.
go so much faster than when they had the little
first
camera where you had to
never
hold your
happened,
cards
yeah.
up in front of it.
Right.
That seemed to take quite a while for everybody to show their cards and look at their cards.
Allows us to do this in real time,
Yeah, two
and do
disbelievers.
live streams that actually work instead of filming it all and commentating later kind of thing. Well, the finisher raised this one up pre-flop here. We'll go 3 ways to the flop, and Keith just smashes it. Triple queens, and it checks around. And now Keith will take a stab at it here. He's going to bet 370.
That's okay. No big deal. If you give me a napkin, I'll appreciate it.
A little less than half the pot.
Both.
finisher will get out of the way. Z with a pair of 9s here. Unlikely that your opponent has a queen with 2 queens on board, but there is a 10 out there also that he could be afraid of. But Z with only 7 big blinds if he folds.
It doesn't have to be the best hand very often for this to be worth it, but you do have the ICM considerations of laddering up. Not a huge jump, but it's something to think about.
$375, almost exactly half his chips.
The math says he only has to be right about 30% of the time, that he only has to be good about 30%. But
Show that shit one time.
even if he was good right now, it doesn't mean that he would stay that way.
I know you want to show it.
Yeah.
You want to show it so bad.
Well, this time he was
Cost
I can
$375.
tell
right
you
to
what I
fold.
I folded pocket 9s.
Yeah, I was gonna say
But
eights.
he's going to have to
Actually,
find a
aces in my
hand
head. I
quick
was
now
like,
with
aces is a tough
7
spot right
big
now.
blinds.
Pre-flop, you should have jammed it.
And the
So, y'all,
blinds
the first 3
coming
hands,
to him in 2 hands.
I had the 6s. I had Jack 6 against you, which was 6-6 Jack on the board, and I had pocket jacks on the Jack 10 3 board.
Wow.
Serious.
Sick.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sick.
Like the first 5 hands, I was like, boat, top set. I was like, how's this going? And then 4s.
And then 4 in the window. And it was all downhill from there.
Hey, you
Not
didn't
all
have to call,
downhill, he's
though.
still alive.
Still got chips, and he's laddered up 3 spots. Came into the final table with the 3rd smallest stack.
He snuffed it.
It's a drawing hand.
Yeah, it was like one of the sickest FT starts I've ever had in my whole life. I was just like, is that a
No.
joke? I was like, that's 6 of clubs?
sick.
I was like, is that a 6 of clubs? Jesus, that's a club.
That was an incredible turn.
Yeah, I
I
know.
was like, this dude bets it. He knows the
Action
deep shit. The guy
folds
calls
around to
it,
the
then
blinds.
bing.
Jake with an ace-7, most
All in.
likely going to raise here, and he does. All in.
You say call? Oh, you said all in.
I did not say anything.
No, he said, I thought he said call. 1.45, I think.
Yeah, you can be
Could be wrong.
Yeah, very, very close.
JP will get out of the way here. Jake.
Show the other one.
I had 2 clubs. So
Just do it.
Not one to see.
Ain't gonna hurt.
I just told you I had boat, top set. I have already given so much information away, it's unreal. I also had ace king of clubs when you had 4s if you weren't there.
The only message I got to read is, how the fuck does that dude Jake have so many big hands?
What?
That's the only message I read on my phone.
Oh, really? Yeah, hey, I speak the truth. Like, goddamn, this guy runs good in life, he runs good in poker. That's funny.
Runs good in hats.
My wife said, keep flopping boats and top sets.
Well, he hasn't listened to her advice.
Yeah, that's good advice. You should probably take it if you can. I'm going to try that next time, I think.
Yeah, highly
Just flop
recommend it
boats.
to just make huge hands.
Easy.
The FT's way easier.
I usually flop 2 pair with my hand. give people a chance to catch up.
Yeah, that hand is amazing.
What's the tournament tomorrow?
The
Is
tournament
it the main
tomorrow,
starting suit or is it the PLO?
$300 no limit hold'em in the
I think it's PLO.
afternoon, and PLO
Where's
at
the
5
300?
That
p.m.
main, if they don't have a 250K overlay, it'll be amazing.
I hope they don't.
I hope they don't either. I really hope people come out for it, but
They need to have more flights. And
yeah, there's only 5 flights. They should have a turbo flight. At least it's 30-minute first days, but I told Brian I think they should play it down to 10%. That way people can cash and then
yeah, I heard when you're talking
buy
about
back
that.
in. I mean, I think
that's smart. Yeah,
I really
that way
think
you get more entrants.
Can we change it now?
Yeah, for sure. I hope they do. Tell Brian that, by the way. You heard that, right? Play down to 10, play in the money. I think you get at
but
least
that's not taking money out-
60 more
Money out
entries.
the prize pool.
Maybe even more
He's
than
got
that.
the right
because
ears right
everybody who
behind him
busts is
there.
gonna
The
fire again.
Associate
From the
Tournament Director
12.5,
Dave
10
is
players, each fight,
watching
that's
his
50
final
more,
table.
you know?
So.
They're not changing it at this point.
Yeah, I don't think
Can
they're going
almost
to change the
guarantee it.
structures now, but I also don't think that our ownership is going to panic too much if we do have a little bit of an overlay. Hopefully not 200,000. I don't think he's right about that. I think we're going to get really close.
Yeah, they're playing the long game. They know what they want to do here. They've got a goal of how they want to see it happen, and they're going to make it happen.
And they
Remember, I
spent
respect my elders.
at least 7 figures getting this place bought and remodeled and all that kind of stuff. They're not sweating one tournament series.
No.
These guys know what's going on. Finisher raising this one up to 300,000, and Adib waking up in the big blind with Big Slick. Both of these players have a lot of chips here, comparative to some of these other stacks. You got.
All in.
Oh,
Wow.
jeez. I know overbets are becoming popular, but $4
all
million?
in for 25 big blinds.
2.5 million. Finisher has 4 million.
Stop black. Life is good, buddy. Got a mic on. I got a mic on. Everything good?
Yeah.
Good luck. See you, bro.
Z with the assist. Kind of surprised at this shove here. 25 big blinds against the chip leader.
About 2.5?
2.5.
2.5, 25.
Let's show the top one.
I'm a little more surprised at the tank here. Even if he doesn't have much of anything, are you really going to risk
One.
Yeah.
2.5 million with ace-9 offsuit?
Yeah, when you've got the definitive chip lead here, there's no reason to go to gamble here. You know, best case scenario, he's got 2 live cards. What's Adib going to shove with here? Even if he has an underpair, it's going to be kings, queens, jacks, something like that. So now you only have 1 live card.
This is why people are moving to the overbet more frequently with their strong hands, because people do mental backflips trying to figure out reasons why they should call.
Let's go.
You're getting paid off, and you're winning more often with your weaker hands as
You're
well
winning
in
this
those
then, man.
spots.
Working hard.
Fold. Show pocket king. Just show pocket king. Let's do it.
That's what I think he has.
Show us 6. Fuck pocket.
Yeah, show a
kings.
low card. Can't do it, can you?
Show a low card, yeah.
Can we show you a 7?
Yeah, do that.
4 hearts to be better.
6 deuce offsuit. Nice hand.
I had an ace.
I was surprised at that, but it worked out for him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just stay away from you, okay? Everybody else is fair game.
All right with me.
Stay away from me.
There is some ICM value in putting pressure on those middle
Well, I
stacks
just made it 200. What was
rather
that?
than the short stacks.
Like 500?
But if the middle stacks are
I put
willing to
300
jam
there,
it
you
all
just
in
got all excited,
with
huh?
25 blinds, you might want to stay out of their way.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna just start main clicking it. See what happens.
Average stack right now at 23 big blinds, so
Been a good later.
a lot of these players
I think I did.
below
I mean,
average because
I was going to go with 70%.
the finisher has so many of those chips.
70-30.
But he has lost a
on it.
million since they came back from their break. Pendulum swinging the other way right now. And Adib collecting some of those chips.
Sick. That's the sickest thing on earth when
Gonna
you're
give the
stack.
short
You get
stack the
fucking
walk.
man. Oh my God. Is there
That proves
anything
to me
better
you
on
had a-
earth?
That hand right
God.
there proves to me you had a monster.
No, it's his. I was just, it was stray, so I made it
Either
known.
kings or queens, one or the other, right? Maybe even jack. Maybe even jack.
Of course I had a
Kings or jack.
monster.
I don't know if I had 9 deuce
My
something.
ace
I'll
jack
win
wasn't
right there. I'm just
damn
saying.
fine,
I'm serious.
You know,
When you have ace jack.
Yeah, the thinking used to be if somebody jams right there, they must have a weak hand that they didn't really want to play, but not anymore. People are doing it with their
seriously, if I
super
made it
strong hands
200,
as well.
What would you have done? Just real talk.
Well,
That's a big damn difference.
in theory, you have to have a mixture of those things, right? And that's
100,000 ain't no
the
chump
whole
change. Come on.
idea of that game
There's no way you're jamming.
theory optimal.
Just because I put
I don't
200
have
in
a
there.
mixture.
I mean, you guys got me.
Let's make it 300. Let's see it one more time. See what happens.
Oh, big race here with King Deuce. And the finisher waking up with a, or sorry, that was the wrong guy's hand was
I
up
can see
there.
your
I was.
card. I saw the card.
Finisher has the
You lifted
tens.
it up in the
Okay,
front. I'll say it
that makes
afterwards.
way
No, no,
more
his.
sense.
Yeah.
I was like, what is
Black
going
three,
on
right?
here?
Yeah, I saw.
Very
I saw you
similar
lifted
hand
it up
opponent
too high.
against you. Very similar.
Yeah, just
You told me you had an ace.
you grabbed it from the front.
A lot of lying going on.
Three of spades, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you grabbed it from the front and lifted it like this before you folded. Just so you know.
It's cold in here.
Where's your jacket, man? I have
It's not
sweatpants
cold
in the
at all.
car.
I don't know what it is. I'm not cold at all.
Impossible to please everybody with the temperatures.
You can't go.
That's one thing I've learned
6
in the poker industry my whole life.
In my big blind. God damn it,
But
here it goes.
what you want to do is have it too cold. You can put a jacket on, but if it's too hot, everybody's miserable.
I know you're not picking on me. That's the thing.
Yeah, you're never going to please everybody.
JP all
Poker
in here
players
for
should
11
just come
bigs.
prepared.
And Z waking up with 8s on the button, and he's only got 7.5 big blinds. Tough spot here with somebody jamming in front of you.
You've been away from New Orleans for a while.
But what are you
I
gonna?
left in,
What are you gonna wait for?
2005.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Take that from me.
Yeah.
It's a simple math game, really.
Yeah, you know, majority of people.
Your equity only has to be about
You know, New Orleans is a much different city.
30% here to make it worth it.
Yeah.
Before and after Katrina.
Can I get a green tea with lemon and honey?
Like every time I go back,
And you
like,
got to
it's
think
only-
you're probably 30%
It
here.
just doesn't feel the same. Like, because the people make the city, and really the majority of the people never came back. They just went to Atlanta, Houston, or Memphis.
True.
Do you know what all this
I
is?
still like New Orleans a lot.
You know what
I
all this
love New
is about?
Orleans. Uh-oh.
All right, Z all
And he
in for
does it
less.
It's got a feel to it.
More than that, right? You're good. You play a hand. Play a hand. I'm not worried about it right now.
To me, it's the most cultural city.
Action now on the small blind.
This is
Keith with the suited
1.0.
connector.
This is 1.105, and what's this?
Oh,
You know
and
what
Jake
another
has the
city is like
same
that,
ace
sort of
10
like
here with 13 big blinds.
Beirut?
Beirut.
You Lebanese?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you might have.
This is
been.
1.1760.
Adib.
Adib. I never heard Adib, I heard Deeb.
Adib was my grandfather's name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm Palestinian.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Well, we
So your
could have
father's name
a
is
three-way
Deeb?
all in here.
Grandfather.
Grandpa? Yeah. So his name is Adib?
Adib. Shit. My name is Adib. Adib. My father's name is Adib.
Oh, okay.
And my grandfather's name is Deeb.
Mm.
They added the A to the.
Why did they do that?
My mama didn't like Deeb.
I mean, it's a popular name. Are there a lot of Lebanese in
Wow, wow, wow.
Shoving a call, you can't feel good about
Online,
ace
I
10, but
just snap it in with zero remorse.
Zero.
I mean, absolutely none.
That became
It's
my
11
judge.
and a 7 big blind shove, and I'm in the big with this.
Zany?
Yeah, so Judge Jay Zaney, he's in Warren's a federal judge. His brother-in-law,
I mean,
Hyatt,
Hyatt.
he's
Yeah.
Kinda wish this was a
old,
PKO,
the
it'd be a little
families came
different.
here
We're related
in
to the Hyatts.
1900s. Oh, really?
Yeah, well, because
He's a
of
federal
the
judge.
1.1 and
And there's
760,
also
right?
attorneys are Hyatts.
Yeah.
760, so 240, 480 for the side. No, no side. I need to beat that. I need to, if I beat that, and I don't beat that. All right, 285, 460, 760, 240, 480.
You know, most people think South Gulf Coast think rednecks.
I really love it there. You know, I went to school in Lafayette, Louisiana. Yeah.
College?
College, yeah.
You went to ULL?
Well, it was USL.
Doing the commentary for us,
Yeah.
figuring out the math
I
here.
heard that's a hell of a college town, I heard.
Yeah.
the end result, if he won this pot, he'd be sitting in a great position, but
School in the nation.
Yeah, that was like in
with them holding each other's outs, that's a really bad spot if he put his cards or his money in here.
Country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he obviously doesn't know he has the exact same hand as somebody, but
I have
he ends up
ace-10
making the
as
right
well.
decision here and getting out of the way. He was at 12% equity as what
Good news
we
for
can
you.
see here.
So there's a rose and flip flop.
And so it's going to be Z all
I have
in.
exactly ace-10.
JP with ace-10 has slightly more chips here. Z with the eights is in the lead currently. And a good flop for the eights. Picks up a gut shot straight draw to go along with his pair.
Oh.
Oh, the ace of hearts comes off, and that's a deadly card because his heart is no good either. Now he has to catch that 6 or an 8. That is not a heart.
GG.
Oh.
GG.
Wow. And Jake would have chopped that up.
Nice job.
And that will do it for Z, but he will take home $5,860 today, and now we're down to 5 players.
As it turned out, he couldn't have picked a better spot to get in there with
No.
his opponent having the same cards.
Yeah, when he watches this back and sees that, he's going to be even more upset about that ace coming off.
Also, I went low for my best buddy. He went
Good
to
job,
Willow.
though. Nice tournament.
Yeah.
He was telling me so many crazy stories.
Nice play.
I said, really? That'd be it?
Good job.
Lafayette's like the people that love to have.
$5,800 consolation prize.
They all play cards,
game, man.
hooray, they all like to drink, barbecue.
Well, okay, nice.
I figured
It's
it's something
time
like
to
that.
get into the
I'm thinking
PLO
about sevens, eights,
championship.
like that.
Earn
Yeah.
some more points. Get on that Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, a free roll for 10 grand first place. That's amazing.
No?
Good fold.
I would have won 500, but I just stuck in the fucking chips.
I figured you had like king jack.
250?
No. King Jack snap fold. Ace 10 0. Ace 10 0, like 11 bigs. Like I mean, dead serious online. I'm just like, I don't fucking care. Like it has to be. You know, as long as it's not on GG. GG fucking. Who made it 250? Okay, sorry, I can't see
Pocket
cards.
fours.
Sorry, I can't see cards. Yeah, sorry. Thanks.
Finisher raises this one up with King Jack. Jake in the small blind here with the suited queen, giving us some thought. He's going to get out of the way. Blinds are now up to 120,000 for the big blind, 60 for the small. Average
You want a
stack,
jacket?
5 players is 20.
Just get this man a jacket because it's actually comfy in here. Yeah.
And JP with a decision
don't have
too.
a jacket
Jack
in the
10
car?
in the big.
I went out to check.
He's going to make the call.
Took it out of the car.
These 3 guys are in t-shirts too.
You moved to C5 after that?
Yeah, y'all a bunch of sickos in t-shirts, man. Coming to a poker room. What are y'all doing? First turning?
I know people in the car, bro. I don't know why I took it out.
Oh, and a 10 high flop here. JP taking the lead.
Giving the finisher a little line here.
What? Kidding.
It looks like they're going to shift Adib over to the middle of the table, 5 seat.
What is the purpose of making it this cold?
Not being hot.
That's a good answer, Jake.
So we're playing a poker masters, or just like a normal 10K, and Negreanu's in there, and it's like 62 on the thermostat, and Negreanu was like doing jumping jacks to try to stay warm, and he's like, why in the absolute hell do we have it 62 in this place? We have 40 players in this tourney. Everyone's wearing hoodies and sweatpants.
So
They
which one do I
turn it
use
up
now?
7
Check
degrees.
raise here
Or
from
Or does it
JP.
matter?
They'll tell you which one, yeah.
570, I believe.
575.
575,000.
575.
600.
Excuse me, 600.
Oh, it is 600,000.
I know, man.
Y'all do some jumping jacks, it works.
Jump where?
For joy? I don't
Days
know.
are over.
I thought the end of his story was going to be so they
You're
changed
cold
the
too.
thermostat to
Yeah,
63
we'll put a
degrees and
jacket
suddenly
on.
it was 90 degrees in there because that's normally what happens
Mom's
in
the
those
word.
big
I mean, I'm
rooms.
good. I have my deflector.
It's so
and
hard to
everything.
find that middle ground with air conditioner in a giant room.
Yeah,
High
absolutely.
tea, I like that.
You're never going to make
So my-
people
my
happy.
girl-
You're
my
better
girl,
off just
took
selling
her
hoodies.
Mom, her grandma, and
The
her
place
little
where the
sister
sensor is
to, like,
never the
special
place where
high tea
you're
place. They
sitting.
do it like,
So,
like they do in England.
you know,
Right, and you got to dress all fancy.
the sensor.
And, bow ties, and they're
600?
serving tea and crumpets and all that stuff.
Well, the finisher
So-
probably thinks he's got
Had a
2
great time.
overcards
Worcester
here,
was like
but
the
one of
best
them is
experiences
completely
downtown
dead.
Houston.
Really? Mm-hmm. So you from
Yeah.
Houston?
I live in the Woodlands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
I
live in
didn't
the
realize
Woodlands.
that. I thought you were traveling.
No, you think I'm flying in?
No, I didn't know
For
what.
500? No, man, I live in the Woodlands. A little 45-minute
That's a
drive from
big
here.
raise, though,
you
even
play
for
in
2
spring too
overcards.
sometimes?
Is that 11?
You normally just travel to Vegas to play.
Yeah, I got a house there. That's where I
Okay.
play all tourneys. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it's so close. 45 minutes on the weekends, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'll come. I've FT 3 of my 4 tourneys I've ever played here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm doing good, so I'll just keep coming back. I like this place too. The food's good.
Yeah.
Chicken marsala is great.
This place
I know you're not comfortable, but
I
I'll
live
let you
in
have it.
Springs, so I don't come back.
Yeah, I live in the Woodlands. Yeah, it's like
Good
48
fold.
minutes to get from my house, but they run a tight ship. I
I wouldn't be
Brian, I
comfortable
like
with a
Dave.
flop top set with
Everybody
how
did.
cold it is in here.
Nice fold.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Dave with a nice snazzy suit there.
Always.
Which one do I use? This one or that one?
That one.
Welcome back. Jumping jack.
Hey, buddy.
Dealer change. Giovanna
You think
coming
you can
back
get us
in.
a towel, like a towel or something?
A robe. A
Towel,
robe from
yeah.
the robe would be good.
Like a big towel.
We sell hoodies.
That'll work.
Hoodies and zip-ups, yeah, they're nice.
I'm not a hoodie guy, but I did get the
Are
jacket.
y'all selling
It's
merchandise?
pretty sharp, fits
Y'all
good.
selling hoodies?
Nice light jacket for
Yeah, let me. I'll
Houston
buy
weather.
it. Y'all doing a hell of a job selling.
Yeah, I was about to say that. That's the whole gimmick.
I like a zip-up hoodie, but I don't like a
large.
pullover hoodie.
Yeah, give them a large.
Yeah.
I get too hot.
They're gonna give you.
There are a
the
couple spots around the room where you're right under that air conditioner vent, and it is cold, but move a couple seats over
Yeah,
and it's
that's-
just fine.
Buy
I
a
usually
$6
try to
hoodie,
sit
man.
there in the right under the vent. That's
No, you can't afford
but
it.
I'm,
you know.
I just came here from Montana this year, so
Too expensive. I
tough
don't
to
like
make me
$6
feel
hoodies,
cold.
man.
It is strange how you get used to this heat, even though you spend most of your time inside.
yeah, I acclimated quickly. Now that it's only 95 degrees or 98 degrees outside, I go play disc golf out in the sun.
Yeah, nice and cool.
When it was 107 degrees and 65% humidity, it's like, geez.
All in.
All right, Jake, all in here, 12.5 or 1.25 million.
But I just want to make sure.
5,
Line's
6,
now
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 75.
120,000, so just over 10 big blinds.
I could be wrong. These are for sure hundreds.
These are fives, right? So 7.
They haven't adjusted the blinds on the graphics yet, but they are at 120,000, not 100,000 for the big.
Yeah, 12, 75.
JP would have to put in a third of his stack here to make this call with ace-8 offsuit. It's a tough one with people behind you
9, 10,
as
11,
well,
12,
and
13,
you could be
14,
dominated
2.5, right?
by the range of hands that Jake is shoving there. Coin flipper dominated normally is not a good spot,
JP will get out of the way.
but it
Small
is
blind.
Houston and a lot of people gamble.
Finisher also with an ace.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. How much is that?
How much I owe you? Oh, really? Man, I wish I had some.
Finisher will make the call.
Man, I said in my head he's got ace 5 and he's
Single.
gonna call. It's so funny.
Single overcard.
I really said it. So he's got ace 5 and he's just gonna call.
Jake in really good shape here with almost 70% equity, but
I
he
can't
does
really
have
see
the
from
shorter
over here.
stack.
Fog
and will
comes
be at
too
risk
late, you
here.
know. Can't see on this side.
Oh, he
We
wants
know
to
one
see
of
the
the
window.
aces is out of the deck.
Oh, ace and a 5.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Jake needing a 7 here, or he will be eliminated in 5th
You
place.
got my number tonight, buddy. You for sure have
Oh,
my number.
5's full now. Still a 7's
Wow.
still good for him. Started off the final table on fire, did Jake,
GG.
and
All
now
right, see you guys. Good luck.
eliminated in 5th place.
You too.
You're taking home over
Yep, you guys too.
$7,000
Have a good
today,
one.
though, and
Good luck.
played very well. I mean, as strong as anybody at this table. Just ran into it there.
Yeah, every
Unlucky board.
move he made was the correct move. But just because you play well doesn't mean you're going to get the results that you
I'll
want.
take it.
I folded an ace too.
Terminator.
I folded an ace.
Yeah,
Wow.
behind you.
Yeah.
He didn't need an ace. He had 5.
I folded one though.
All right, 9,220.
Really
What am I
well.
supposed to do?
Didn't want
That's
to.
the 10 big
Yeah,
blind.
the big
I'll have to
jump's
call it.
coming now.
Yeah, I would go 100%.
Everybody at the table just laddered up over
Big
$2,000.
stack, no, I'm behind you.
120.
And the rich get richer here. That was our big stack that just took down that pot.
He plays very well.
Yeah, he went from going to put himself back
he's
to
a
around
pressure.
$2.5 million to all of a sudden he's a super huge stack again.
Anything else cold?
I'll take one of those bottles of water.
They're cold.
I just,
Keith, why?
Suited even.
You're four-handed now. That's that hand
One
is
time-
almost too
one
strong.
time I could get it through you.
That's why he
I'm just going to
folded.
do it
Too strong.
250 this time.
Raise 250.
The finisher waking up
Let me
with
see
the
if I can
suited
get one
jacks.
out of
It's
them.
going to make it 250. Put the pressure on the big blind.
You got like
And I
4
think it's
7.
going to work this time.
10-6.
It looks like you're going to prison, homeboy.
All right.
Well, I got to say, I think this table is breaking down a little faster than I thought it was going to. When they came in, it was such even stacks, but
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
it's and also when the short stack won every single hand the first couple of orbits.
Yeah.
Now it's going the other way. The short stack is getting sucked out on and starting to break down a little bit here.
You're not seeing anybody getting knocked out because of wild, crazy play. It's just
No.
been a pretty active table. Run into some spots that put some people short stacked and run them out of the tournament.
Finisher waking up with another pair here after JP raises to 250,000 with Jack 10. He's looking down at 8s on the button. Average stack with the 4 players is at 28 big blinds now, almost 29.
Call.
So there's still plenty of poker to be played. It's not an all-in or fold situation here for any of these players.
Yeah, they have lots
At
of
this point.
choices.
The blinds are going to fold here. We'll be heads up to the flop. Jack 10 versus 8s. Both players with plenty of chips. Queen high board, 8's still good.
That shows Keith's still in here.
I thought I heard a fold, but yeah, maybe he is still in there. I only see one set of cards in the muck, so queens are ahead here. In this three-way pot. Was not expecting that.
I'll call.
Still on 3.
That quick call's got to be a warning light for the finisher and probably slow up JP. 2 million chips already in the middle.
Yeah, this hand is going to make a big difference for whichever player ends up with it. Keith in really good shape here with Queen 9. Finisher putting the pressure on, though. And Keith putting in the raise here. 1.375. And now we're looking at whoever wins this pot is going to be the chip leader.
Keith just put half of his chips in on that bet. He's definitely going nowhere. Finisher has no ability to get him to fold here. And he obviously knows he's behind, so. Just trying to save face a little bit.
I don't know why I think I'm good here.
Or that.
I mean, it's tough because on the board, there's only one card that's beating you. Four-handed situation. You know, it's hard to make a pair and hold them.
Yeah, it definitely is. But JP raised, the finisher called, Keith made a quick call.
Right.
He's not on a draw. What is he staying around for on the flop? Much less the action on the turn here.
Ace 7 of diamonds or something.
I guess he can talk himself into that.
What was that, 1370? What is that? 1375. Basically, min raises me. All right, go ahead, take it.
A good lay down.
Can't show a bluff. I know you can. You should just let me bomb it off in a river. You should have just called and let me just go bombs away in the river.
There's some scary rivers out there, man.
Players, 500,000. 500,000. Thank you.
Should have just called it. You got too happy. Because I was bombing any river that was there. I was bombing it. Serious. You should have just called that mug.
Well, now he knows for the next hand.
He's been known to fib a little bit, though, about some of this post-hand stuff.
Should have raised the pre-flop.
It's a good lesson, though. And free. Now those two stacks are almost identical after that hand.
Right up shy of 5.
Right up there, yeah, at 4.5 million-ish.
Yeah.
Call.
Finisher with 4 or 5 of diamonds, making the call from under the gun.
Well, I did spend nearly 20 years working inside a prison. This is looking a little familiar here. Looks like a day room poker game.
Yeah.
Put some deuces out there, Dylan.
They had that many chips in the prison?
Well, they might have improvised.
Oh, what a turn card. 4-5 making the straight.
125.
JP with a pair.
Deciding whether to just call and let him fire again on the river.
Good call.
Calls 125. Still hooked up.
A scary card there on the river for the straight, but JP has nothing here. He's just going to check.
Yeah, that card definitely shut down his value.
Good
Yeah.
river, dealer.
It's always the dealer's fault.
You got to blame somebody. Can't be the player.
They never blame us when they win, though.
Or okay. Or thank you, maybe.
Yeah, some of them.
Sometimes I do.
Feeling better? I feel better. I'm ready for another people.
Yeah, I see that. Fucking copping a $2 million pot. $2 million pot. You feel real better right now, ain't you? Real better.
You ready for another people?
Well, that is one of the towels for the pool area. I'm pretty sure we're the only poker room with a pool.
We got a 30 minute. We got
This is the younger generation.
Just remembered I've been neglecting the chat. I'm taking a look now, see if we got anything interesting in there. This final table's actually been so interesting, I just haven't been looking at it.
120.
Is that just a call? Let's go.
Dan needs some sunlight.
Okay, so that must
Really, I
have been
want
from when
some
I was
juices out
talking
there,
about playing
please.
disc golf about 2 hours ago. Thanks, Elijah. It feels like 2 hours ago anyway. It was probably only a half hour ago or so.
125.
Blue bits. 125.
Elijah and Brandon and Soda out there in the chat. And Remy, unfortunately, out there on the chat as well.
Good call.
One checks.
Pair versus a gut shot here. The queen of diamonds in his hand. The finisher might apply some pressure on that turn.
I feel like JP's checking with the intent of calling, but that board is getting awfully coordinated now.
Guys, I'm sorry. I can't hold it.
Check.
Bam.
And the finisher catching up now on the river, but that's a scary card for him too. It's going to be tough to bet it.
One checks.
125.
Blue bits 125.
Well, he proves me wrong. Turning the best hand into a bluff, possibly?
He thinks he is, but what didn't get there? You know, for JP, it's one thing to check call with your fourth eye pair, but almost everything your opponent could have would beat you now.
What do you have? I mean, if you have a 9, you have to call.
What about a 6?
You have to call. You're priced in. Look at it. I mean, shit. I'm not even betting 20% of the pot.
If he had something in the range of 7-8, he would have been betting before. So there's almost nothing that couldn't have at least cut a little bit of this board.
queen.
125.
That's it. Good river.
Talked him into a call there, collecting a nice pot.
I'm sorry.
More than me.
Yeah. Any king, queen, jack, 10, 9 has you beat. A lot of the suited connector type cards probably would have seen a bet before the river. So it just seems like there's almost no combination there that he wouldn't have been beat. Unless you put him on bluffing with 3-4.
7 folds. Line set up next hand. 1 fold.
Line's going
I'm
up
just
next
gonna call
hand.
this time.
Typically, it's a big jump from the 6120 to 75 150. Sometimes you'll get that 7140
Check.
level in there, but I don't think that's in this event. Which means those 5K chips should be coming off the table soon, and that will definitely have a psychological effect on the stacks, even though the numbers will stay the same. When you start taking those chips away and you've got 3 barrels in front of you instead of 10 barrels in front of you,
It gives it a different feel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What a big flop we have here.
Yeah, Deeb smashing this one with 444s. Finisher with a 9. This pot could end up getting really big here on the river. I think they're both slow playing here. They both think they have it on lockdown. But Adib actually does.
This is a good spot for that huge overbet.
He's going to go almost pot size. Looks like 600,000.
Okay, not really an overbet, but.
Oh, he did 800,000, so he did do the overbet.
Oh.
Looked like a.
I was trusting your eyes. You've been right almost every time.
Yeah.
I don't think he could bluff. That's the problem. I don't think you could bluff.
No,
I don't think you could bluff.
He could be pulling a Daniel Negreanu. Say he can't possibly be bluffing and then call anyway.
I don't think you could bluff. You're too old school to bluff.
Just muck it before you think about it.
Right.
Sometimes you take too long, you tuck yourself into all the possible ways that you might win.
You would have bet the flop because of the spades.
Oh, he makes the call because of the spades. Like you were saying earlier, he was looking for a reason to call instead of a reason to fold there.
Oh, boy.
It's hard to fold ace-9 in that spot, though. I mean, your head's up. The only hand beating you really is a 4.
Yep. That's where that limp pre-flop hurt him. He just called.
Yeah, blinds are up to 75, 150. That's going to put the pressure on a little bit. Average stack now 23 big blinds. Really nice pickup there for Adib. It's going to put him right in there close to the chip leaders.
Chip lead is kind of rotated around the table. They've all had a shot at it.
Yeah.
Should trust him or read.
JP looking to get involved in that equation.
Should have trusted my read.
You have a 9?
Yeah.
He's off the minimum. He did good.
I had ace 9 clubs. I should have raised pre-flop instead of trying to play tricky. Should have just raised that mug pre-flop. You would have folded, and I would have saved $1 million. Probably my first mistake all night. Cost me $1 million.
First mistake.
First
Crazy,
mistake.
man. Like, I knew for a fact there's no fucking way you were bluffing.
The limp back shove
No
with
way.
fours was just pure GTO.
I'm not a GTO player. I never said I was, but that was.
You said you're playing perfect.
That was a perfect play. That was a boss play right there. That was a terrible call in my opinion. I mean, it's the way it looked, limped under the gun, and then instant jammed. But you know, I don't play ace king suited with like.
Deep
ace
making a
king.
play here now, raising to 450 with
I know
3-6
you
of
GTO
diamonds
robots
on
like
the
to do
button.
that, but
Hey,
that's not me.
6-4 worked.
6-4
Yeah,
worked
have a
last
fair
hand
call.
for sure, but Keith waking up with King Jack suited. Well, he gets
Whoa.
out of the way. Good raise of deep. But JP with 8s and only less than 10 big blinds now.
Million chips.
He's going to jam
Boom.
them in there. And now what a deep.
Ooh, man.
Getting a good price.
I got caught this time.
Wow. Because you have a button. That's why.
Oh man, come on, man.
Bad,
'Cause I
man.
had a call in hand. I just knew you knew that was coming.
A little over 2 to 1.
just donated
He's
half the chips
probably
I
knows
gave to
he's
him.
not sitting good.
Because he had a button.
Not quite the right price.
No, not with those cards.
1 million.
I like that he's at least considering the math first instead of just dumping 6-3.
630 more. Let's gamble.
Oh, he is going to
He is
gamble.
gambling.
Oh, I think you got the.
Well,
you got
JP
him.
way out in front
Wow.
here with 2 red 8s, but
Pull for me, baby.
he is the shorter
Man.
stack and will be at
Why
risk
did you
here.
have
A
something
deep
like that last time?
gambling it up here.
I had King Jack suited.
I'm sorry it wasn't 3-4.
He's got the
Listen,
chips
man,
for
the
it now,
3-6 is
though.
looking real good right
Yeah.
now. Woo, they're looking good. Them
Yeah.
diamonds.
King Jack of Hearts looking good right now, too.
Huh? Not too bad.
Well, a gut shot now for a deep. Backdoor diamonds.
Wow.
He's covered on the diamond. Well, he's got 2 of them.
Flush.
And the 8 of hearts is what's going to play here, and it's a big double up for JP. Right back in it. Back up in
Well,
that
thank you for the donation.
18 to
Go ahead,
20
thank him.
blind area.
Be respectful to your elders.
A little less than that. Now I forgot the blinds went up to 150. So
For me?
Yeah, 1180.
You almost got there, at least.
75 yet.
You almost got there.
It was a decent flop.
Sometimes.
Turn. Look at that. He's double got it on the turn. 6 outs on the turn, bro.
Oh yeah, you
You didn't see that?
Didn't even see that.
Well, if he wasn't up against a pair, that would have been a pretty decent
Look at all
call. Take
that
a
was
shot
red
at
cards.
knocking a player out with
Everything
2
was
live
red.
cards, but
150? See, I have to work hard for my chips. He gets donated to him.
that next jump is $5,000.
yeah, that makes a huge difference. All the jumps are going to be big from here on out. We're going to take a short break after hand 64. I don't think you got that.
Okay.
Let's go.
Blind versus blind. Heads up here. JP in there with a suited ace, not raising it up.
Check.
And paying the price here as finisher flops top pair.
What's the minimum I can bet?
150.
150. I'll bet 150.
Yeah, interesting from the small blind with these two suited.
I donated 600 to
Yeah.
you, 800 to him. It's unbelievable, man. 1.4 million should be in my possession right now. Played so freaking bad, it's unbelievable. I played so. Tell me what you had that hand.
What hand?
The hand, the big pot you had.
And it's all on. It's all on.
Man, I don't watch that shit. I don't watch none of that crap. I'm not on social media, none of that. Just tell me what you had.
You gonna see it, bro.
I promise you, I'll tell you what I had. I promise you.
What you had?
Honest to God, I had pocket eights.
Oh,
What'd you have?
I had you beat.
I just told you I had pocket eights. You ain't gonna give me the same likewise response? Come on, I have pocket eights, bro.
I'm gonna watch it because I don't trust.
I swear to God I had pocket eights, and I ain't gonna use God's name for nothing. I had pocket eights. I had pocket eights, bro. What'd you have?
I had a good hand. I knew where I was.
Finisher limps in here with a
Yeah,
suited
the seven
6-9.
with a
Adib's
flush
going to
draw.
raise it from the big blind. Makes it 500,000.
That's the only reason why I was thinking about it. I said he might just have a 7 with a flush draw. Copping that deuce because he was in the blind trying to make something out of nothing. I think I had you beat. I really want to play this hand. Only because there's diamonds in it. Honest, I had pocket eights. What'd you have?
You'll see it, bro.
I'm not gonna see it. I'm not on social media, bro. I swear. I don't have none of that online.
Well, luckily, this is not being broadcast on social media.
It's driving him nuts.
He's still he's stuck in that hand, and it's affecting his play on these hands here.
I have pocket eights.
And we got a dealer change here. Giovanna out, Rich back in.
It's a small tournament.
Not every day you play for 30K up there.
See the jumps here. Pretty significant right now. 9,000 for fourth place, 31,280 for first place. That's
That
what
guy,
all
he
these
knows
guys
what's going on
are
on the
shooting
camera. He
for.
can confirm. I had pocket eights a hand, didn't I? Oh, you can't? You're not talking? Maybe the dealer.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
He saved your tournament with that 6-3 shit.
Oh,
See
yeah,
the
you would
chip
have had me.
stacks have leveled out a little bit
I
here.
was gonna jam with
Keith
King
and the
Jack
finisher
One.
really close.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
even
damn good
JP
Wow.
really close.
I
The
know.
big
That's
gap
so
in
sick that he
between
literally
those
doubled
two
me up
sets
and
of
saved my
stacks.
tournament life at the same time.
And save your life at the same.
Wow.
Definitely anybody's tournament. At this point,
Did I make a bad play?
one double up and it all of a sudden you're the chip leader.
Yeah, still
All right,
anybody's game.
Let's make it 300.
Finisher raising it up here on the button with 10-5 suited, putting the pressure
There
on the
we go.
blinds.
That's the strategy shorthanded.
Yeah, he already got corn
Just
chips
keep
out,
firing
man.
those
That's
2X raises and
Are you
start
serious?
building up a stack.
Let me have one. It's the first time I raised on a button in about an hour. And it's unbelievable.
making the
No
call
one,
here
no
with-
one gives me any respect on this goddamn table.
Oh, man.
Flop me that dealer. Thank you, God.
Well, 2 pair for Keith in the big blind. The finisher continues to fire.
Unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable. I know you got all that. I know you do. I know you do. This is a monster fold I'm about to do. I haven't said I fold yet. Like you have no idea. Like any one of y'all with these cards, they jam it.
Oh, yeah. A lot of guys had those cards. Just
Take it,
jam
take
it
it,
right in there
I know it's all you.
for backdoor of some kind.
Got the 3-6 Mafia. I know you do. I know you caught 2 pair. I know you just 2 pair written all over you.
Okay, that's a good read.
It's okay. I'll let you keep check raising me. And you're gonna hear bing, 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 bing.
Yeah.
All in. Play so freaking bad, it's unbelievable. Next time we'll just smooth calling the button. $300.
Finisher with a nice hand here. Ace-5 suited. Going to raise it up to 300,000.
Smooth call.
I'm not on the button.
Oh.
Action folds around to the big blind. JP waking up with 8-5 against the Ace-5. It's probably just going to get out of the way here. Hard to fold your big blind to a min raise, but
So I'm gonna raise
hard to
every
defend
freaking
8-5
hand from now
offsuit
on.
also.
I don't care.
Yeah, but
Raise
the
it every
leverage
hand.
beyond, you know,
Be
what's
careful
going to
you put
happen
chips in there.
post flop, and you got to decide whether you're going to commit a lot of chips, even though it's a 2x raise.
Don't put the chips in there unless you're willing to call a raise.
Says the man who just folded to a raise.
That was a check raise. It's different.
Oh, yeah. Keith waking up with a real hand here on the button. Pocket nines. This bet sizing might be a little too much, though. He's going to make it 380.
One fold.
Fold.
Three fold.
But Keith will play his game and collect the pot. He may not have wanted
You
to
got
see
all
a
those
flop
chips
there.
off of one flipping pot. It's unbelievable, man.
Yeah, 2x
You
has
won't even tell what you had that hand.
so much power right now. Just a 2x raise, because
You
if
have
you
to
want to
be-
3-bet him, you're putting nearly $1 million in.
You have me beat or no? You can at least be honest about that. Did you have me beat?
I don't want to talk about it, man. I don't want to talk about it. We still at
I'm
the
not
table.
talking
would-
about percentages. None of
I
that.
would
I'm talking about
never
the
tell him
exact
because he's so tilted over it. He's just
He's pretty agitated for someone that's looking at making at least 9,200 and taking a shot at 31,000.
right. He's so stuck on that last hand that
4 tens after that, huh?
they got him where they want him right now.
Yeah.
Call.
Not quite.
Action folds around to the blinds here. The finisher's going to limp in from the small blind with the Choctaw nuts.
the towel. Thank
And
you.
Adib waking up with queens. He's going to apply some pressure here. Putting the chips in there but not calling a raise is the finisher.
PLO or
Yeah, Jack Deuce doesn't play very well.
No.
what?
In the tournament, I might break even.
That's firing a few bullets.
This is the second tournament I've played in 1 year. So I'm still a little bit rusty.
You're doing pretty good,
Nice
bro.
to see you when you're lubricated.
It's a good run.
This is nothing. I'll unleash it on the ass. $300.
Still on me.
Oh.
One fold. Raise 300. Five fold.
I can't get rid of you. It's unbelievable, man.
Eight, 9, 4 flop. You'd think you would continue here. Not too many hands calling you that are going to hit that board.
Let him live.
Goes check, check. This time Keith will lead out 250. Five brings the finisher a wheel draw to go along with his ace. Picks up a few outs.
Call.
Finisher making the call. 1.3 million in the middle now. Another good sized pot.
Ooh.
Oh, and the deuce gets there. A wheel.
$1 million.
Finisher checking, or excuse me, Keith checking. Finisher betting $1 million very quickly.
You can look at any card you want.
That's a good job by
What do you think
Keith,
I have?
keeping his position there.
I don't care. Cause I got a call.
The big bets, that's what I got to do against you.
Huh?
The big bet, that's what I have to do against you.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I like to hear. Let me be.
I told you, I bombs away in the river.
That was a pretty good fold by Keith.
Yeah, tough to lay down top
could've
pair.
seen it.
Obviously, that was a scary
let me
card.
see any
Flush
card you
gets
want.
there, straights get there.
He wasn't going to find a club.
Very disciplined fold.
That's one of those spots. If you call, you might be right. You might win the hand. But if you fold, you're still in a great spot. And you can pick a better spot.
Fold.
He's at, what, 4.6 million?
Yeah. Nadeeb's going to raise it up here with queen high. Taking a shot at it. Putting some pressure on the dealer button. Action folds to the big blind. He's got 10-5 suited. JP starting to get kind of short on chips here. Still has over 10 big blinds. Not an emergency yet.
The button
you
rate
hate-
is working good for you.
You hate to give up any chips in that spot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Me? Oh, you got a flush? Gotta be in it to win it, baby.
Even I didn't win it.
You gotta be in it to win it.
Yeah, oftentimes the players shorthanded will switch over to the M calculation,
You ain't lying.
which
This
is
side of the table is cold. That side was warm.
basically a different way of
Just go 2 feet to the
measuring
left.
how active you need to be. It's basically going to be the combination of your blinds and your antes, how much money you're putting in every orbit. So when you're four-handed, you might be sitting there with 10 big blinds right now, but every 4 hands you're putting in a big blind, a small blind, and the ante. It's every 4 hands, so
Yeah.
the old calculation of just measuring big blinds doesn't really give you the indication that how active you need to be.
Yeah, it comes around quick four-handed.
All in.
Raise all in.
JP wakes up with 9s though this hand, and he will move it all in now.
One is your big turn. Use that. Was there a flop?
No.
That was a shove and immediate folds.
It's a little bit different action than our prime daily tournaments. A little bit of a different animal over here.
That is definitely true.
Still just a little tournament.
Still just playing cards.
Oh, it's on me. I sure would like to start with a premium once. Just one time. Man.
I don't want to play any hands with you, bro. Call. That means it's good. That's what that means. I haven't won a single hand against them the entire night, not one.
Finisher's going to limp in here with queen nine suited. A deep checks his option. He heads up to the flop, and deep flopping the best of it here. Pair of sixes. Finisher checked. A deep betting 200,000.
I need a 7 of clubs.
He's going to get the.
You had. I knew it. I knew
Get
it.
the pop.
Should list yourself.
I said, man,
Don't play against them.
exact card I need. I know he has it. You got my number. I'll stay away from you. Try to
Yep, 375,000 chips going in every 4 hands.
Against them the entire night. It's unbelievable.
So there's a lot of pressure to do something, but then again, there's $5,000 on the line for the next pay jump. So you don't want to be putting it in with a less than decent hand, something that'll give you a chance.
Right.
Face on the board.
How do you straight?
You had a flush or what?
Oh, flush.
You had queen 3 of diamonds?
You must have played it real bad. You must have slow load that shit.
Hey, man.
Slow
You
bet the whole way.
I'm supposed to come to the final table telling people about my bad plays early in the day. I play different at the final table, man. That's in my
You did
past.
good. You did good.
There's a
Finisher
hand.
on the button, waking up with a pair. Raise it up to 300,000. Pair of sevens. Adib with the suited king in the small blind. He's going to let it go.
Wow, first time. The first time I was able to get it. And I actually had a hand. God damn.
You know if you call it 2, the flop is coming 10-10.
Oh, it's coming.
How are you?
Now you tell me about that hand, are you?
Huh?
Oh, what's up,
Tell me
Mark?
about the
How are you?
hand,
You good?
Nah, bro, you gotta watch the stream. I'm gonna watch.
I don't do that, man.
I'm gonna see
all
every
that.
time you bluff.
I don't do that. I've never read a poker book in my life. I've never watched a show on how to play poker, none of that. I just had a feeling that I had you that hand. But I just couldn't pull the trigger. I wanted to jam it.
I'm gonna laugh at the 6-3 hand again. It's gonna be me and my girlfriend gonna sit together. We're gonna watch the whole thing.
Look at this idiot raising my big blind.
Huh?
I said, look at this idiot raising my big blind. Tell your girlfriend.
Adib raises it up on the button here. He makes it 375, I think.
With on the flop, and then check raise on the turn. That's what's getting me right now.
That's wild, huh?
That was crazy. You can't tell me you have a deuce. No way in hell you have a deuce. Thinking you had a suited diamond 7, which my pocket ace was the winning. That's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong.
Adib taking it down.
Raise and take it. It's probably exactly what he wanted with sixes.
Just give me some
Appreciate
deuces, dealer. He ain't busting shit.
Oh, nice. Oh, I got 3 again.
Dang
Don't
it.
do it.
This should just automatically play pineapple. Should just be the automatic response.
Right. This one is pineapple. Or PLO.
That'd be a good
Give him
option
another
too.
one.
Yeah.
It's okay. You can give me a walk in the park. It's okay. Don't be too proud.
There will be no walk with ace-8 suited. Ooh.
Interesting. We have about 1.2 back.
What's your name?
Heath.
Heath. My name is Adib.
Nice to meet you, Adib.
7.
I didn't even realize that was you, man. You was sitting. It was the gap between us, and I never even realized that was you.
Don't really have room to 3-bet here without being on the whole 2 million that JP has.
He's supposed to get me out of there long ago, man. But it was a scary board for aces too, because straight was on the board.
I know if I jam, you don't fold. Oh, yeah.
We're lucky we're still here, right?
Yeah.
Probably the good decision not to jam. 300,000, you can see if he can catch a queen or a 10.
So 300 more, is that what that is?
Yeah.
That's 2 big blinds more. 2 big blinds more.
Karen, let me have one piece. You mind? One piece. So hungry. Thank you. Delicious. I'll buy you a steak after this.
I'll buy you a steak after this. I like that. The good steaks here. That's a good deal. Probably call if I was him.
Look at that folder.
Thank you.
Whoa.
Look at that folder.
Alright, gentlemen, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. You guys can go.
You can show.
We're also going to
Y'all tough. They don't want to show nothing.
Sounds like we're going to have a brief pause here while they color off the 5K chips and give the players a chance to
Who can I talk to that can tell me?
use the
who got
restrooms
heads
and
in
that.
Like, I know there's somebody out there commentating.
I missed the question.
Who can I talk to tell me what he had in that hand?
Oh, yeah. I'll tell him.
He is stuck on it.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Tell him it was quad deuces. Good lay down.
Well, they're all pretty bunched up still. They're all getting to be relatively short stacked, but
okay.
Yeah, this blind jump is going to make a big difference here.
Oh, 5-minute
Who can I
break.
talk to about?
I'm gonna call Nick real
They can
quick.
give me information on that stream of y'all's. Yeah, I'm not really good with all that kind of stuff.
a little over a 3-time paid jump to jump from what you're at now to first place. I think I'd pick a spot and try to double up.
For sure.
680.
Yeah, you have to start being a
685.
little more aggressive and open up your range, obviously, when it's four-handed. Blind's coming around really quick. Good look at what's coming up here. We got the main event coming up here soon, PLO event and Mega Satellites every night here.
10 a.m. Omaha sweats.
Yeah, get up early in the morning if you want to do your super gamble.
Well, for some people, that's their best chance of getting in the main. So,
Well, yeah, and it makes sense. The main starts at 11, so you got an hour to do 100 or so sweats for $150 to get good and stuck.
there was that video when they were doing them at the World Series where Daniel threw quite a few bullets at it.
I played the flip and go a couple of years ago at the series where it's $1,000. They do one hand to hold them, and if you win the hand, you're just in the money.
Already in the money.
You start day two.
Yeah, that's great.
There was a guy who did like 41 of them.
Oh, jeez.
$41,000 to get into essentially a 1K
So you got
tournament.
a final table to get your money back?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, at some point, I guess you say, I'm getting in no matter what. I mean,
yeah.
I've already done this much.
I was smart. I only brought $1,000 with me because I knew as soon as I lost the hand, I would want to do it again. I would just be like, oh, I almost won. I got to do it, you know. And I really did. I had a flush draw. I was supposed to win. I missed, and I really wanted to play again.
Well, it does look fun.
Yeah, it was fun. It's
people kind of gather around those Omaha sweats like a craps table,
right?
Cheering for people.
Everybody's cheering everybody else on. Yeah. If you haven't been to Champions Club, it's going to be a great main event here coming up these next few days. And if you're a PLO fan, the structure on that PLO tournament is awesome. And it's 600 buy-in, 100K guaranteed for the PLO, and then the main event is a 1,300 buy-in, 750,000 guaranteed. But there are lots of mega satellites, lots of ways to get in. So come on and join us here at Champions Club, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, just off the Bel Air exit of the Sam Houston Tollway. Beautiful, newly renovated property. Only poker room in Texas that has a hotel on site. If you can't make it down for this series of events, come check us out another time. You can see we do have special room rate. Use fall 23 to book your room for $119 plus tax.
Yeah, this should be a poker vacation destination.
Yeah, I think once people, and you know, we've heard people talking even at the final table today about it. Once people see this room, they're going to want to come back. It's, you know, in my opinion, the nicest room in town. Definitely have the staff here with a ton of experience, especially on the tournament poker side. But the cash room is beautiful too, and the tables and chairs, super comfortable, super nice.
Yeah.
And then you've got a hotel right here on site. Just go right up to the room, and constantly keeping things moving with different promos and stuff like that. I'm not sure what's going to be coming up after the series, but the owners always have something going on. So yeah, it's a great place to work, and I encourage you all to come visit if you haven't.
Houston is the place to be, and Champions Club is the best club in Houston. But yeah, it's not just the experience that the staff has. They're all very sharp, very professional. They know what they're doing, and they're in it for the poker players. They make sure to put on a great experience for everybody. So there's plenty of rooms with experienced staff that aren't as good as this crew. The finisher, 4.125. I like this little stat accumulation box here.
I like this individual player stats.
Yeah. They're always doing something to improve the stream.
Got the 5K chips off. Looks like Dave's also going to color up some of those 25K chips, make it a little bit easier to count these stacks down. We're going to have a lot more all-ins happening as these blinds move up.
What's our leader here? About 5 million.
Looks like the plaques are coming out. 500K plaques.
I'm putting on this. V gave me his jacket once I busted him, so that was nice of him. It's V. Z is V.
Oh, Z left you a jacket?
Yeah, just so I could stay a little warm. JP, what's your name again? Q? Keith? Keith? Got it, yeah. Yeah,
look at the streaming schedule coming up. We do have a cash game tomorrow if you like watching cash live streams. 5 p.m. Central Time, 5:10 No Limit Hold'em tomorrow. We always have a great lineup for those 5:10 games.
There's nobody in production that could talk to about
these games play way bigger than the limits would suggest a lot of the time. Lots of action, 3 betting, 4 betting pre-flop, that kind of stuff. PLO final table on Wednesday.
I know.
You only approximate the time. There is a delay. As soon as they hit that final table, we start about an hour after that. We got another cash game coming up Thursday, and then our big Sunday, Monday, Tuesday streams will be cash game, main event, final table, Tournament of Champions final table.
That's possible.
For your viewing pleasure.
Because in order to have
Yeah, that's some
In
good
order
stuff.
to stay in the hand, he had to have diamonds. We're not going to call it just bottom.
It's kind of amusing to me just seeing how big just the 1-3 game gets.
8-7 diamonds.
Oh,
Sometimes there's not much of a difference between that and the 5-10 game.
the one this week got out of hand real quick. Very first hand of the game, somebody gets stacked. So, you know, they go aces versus kings, or no, queens
Everybody
versus
doubles.
kings. Sorry, but it was still out of the gate. Now the stacks go from 1K to 2K. You know, almost everybody matched the stack. Next thing you know, the average stack at the table is $3,500 in a 1-3 game. Just playing 1,000 big blinds deep. No big
It's
deal.
just crazy. Yeah. And it sure changes the hand selection.
Oh, definitely.
You know, it puts all sorts of weird things as being a reasonable call.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. First hand of the 100,000, 200,000 level, and Keith wakes up with Ace King of Diamonds.
Keith's been 20% VIF pip before now, but Ace King's going to get him active.
And nobody wakes up with anything he can defend with here, so he's just going to pick up those lines and annies.
Huh?
That's $500,000 chips right there.
Yeah, that's nothing to sneeze at.
So every single one of these players with the M calculation of how quick the blinds come around, they're all in the danger zone. They all want to be in a position to be first in.
And we're neighbors of ethnicity, so let's handle our business, okay?
You're born here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, the blinds come around quick, and you don't want to be the caller. You want to be the raiser.
Oh, look at those plaques.
Yeah, I think this is the first time the plaques have come out.
Have accident at all either.
I was expecting to see them on the main event. Didn't know they would come out today on this, but that's pretty cool. I've never played with plaques before. I probably never will. I've never had that many chips.
You will. Absolutely.
I gotta start playing some serious poker now.
Start playing serious poker announced. See how he handles this Queen 4 of diamonds.
Just a raise right here is 10% of his stack. You know.
Playing Thursday night prepared me for this with all the 10 big ranges and shoves and calls.
Folds to Adib in the small blind, and he wakes up with jacks. I think we'll see a raise here. He's going to make it 600,000. Wow, Keith is grabbing chips
really?
to defend here with 3-5 suited.
Must be one of his favorites.
Checking my notes. He likes the winning hand. Could be one of his favorites. Keith's been playing poker for 8 years. He says his biggest cash is 15,000. He has a chance to double that today.
I had a queen.
Look, I show you.
Wow, I knew it. I knew I should have raised it. But you would have came over the top pre-flop anyway.
The 6-3 is the
would've never
only
seen
reason you got to call that hand.
Was it suited?
Dude, the 6-3 wasn't so bad.
Nah, it wasn't a bad move.
You were price 10. That was actually a very good decision.
The good old priced
Yeah, I
in.
would have been very happy with it.
Yeah.
Who isn't priced in Houston?
Yeah. If I have ace king, you need to call there.
I'm pot stuck for life.
Right.
Three folds.
550.
Ooh. Nice little hand to at least see a flop, but he is dominated here.
Such a pretty hand, especially four-handed. Really tough to lay down a hand like that. It's going to peel off a flop here. Keith in really good shape. Oh, an even better shape now with a jack on board. This could spell disaster for JP. With 1.5 million in chips, there's already 1.3 in the middle here.
750.
750 is the bet.
$2 million in the middle. He's got 1.5. There's almost no way this money isn't going in.
All in.
I call.
You got an overpair?
Yes, sir.
That's in. I got a jack.
versus queen.
All in and a call. JP needing some help here. He does have the shorter stack.
Looking at 5 outs times 4.
Oh, and a queen comes off. Well, it does give him some more outs. Now he has straight outs. A set of queens now for Keith.
Exact same percentage as he was on the flop.
Yeah.
Good job.
Nice hand.
And queens full is going to do it.
Good game.
Good game, man.
Nothing you can do there.
For sure, for sure.
Good
Flopping
job.
top pair with that few chips.
Good game, good game.
And Keith doubling up here. I think he may be the chip leader now. Or not
That was
doubling
a
up,
flop for you,
but
I
taking
think.
down
Terrible.
a nice sized pot. And that's going to do it for JP. But he's going to be taking home over $9,000. A great run.
What is that? 100?
9,220 for fourth is a pretty nice day. Nice job.
And now Keith almost guaranteed to beat that biggest cash he ever had.
Am I the only one with these 500?
Very
pieces?
close, even if he gets third place.
No one else
Gotta be
has
feeling good about that.
Got something in my pocket.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be too disappointed if he only gets 14,000, but
Yeah.
he's in a great spot to have his largest cash ever.
450. Good raise. Fantastic raise.
The finisher
You know
claims
ACL?
this is the first time he's ever played poker. Something tells me that's not true.
Should chop it. Chop it 3 ways.
Adib has 2 WTPT wins and a WSOP win, so he's no stranger to the final table.
That's a chop. It's just I see him chop.
Now he's been carefully navigating his way through, and he's still got a great chance of winning here.
Ways, anybody can win.
Keith came to this final table as the chip leader, had kind of a rough start, but now he's right back up there on top. He's been very patient, playing very well. Finisher waking up with a nice hand here in the small blind. Just limps in with king 9. He's limped with a couple of big hands, and it's cost him a couple of times.
Check.
Oh boy.
Adib with the queen high club draw here. Adib betting 300,000. Keith, or the finisher rather, making the call. And
Check.
over $1 million in the pot again. The finisher catching a 9. That gives gut shot outs to Adib to go along with his flush draw.
Check.
And it goes check, check.
9.
And the finisher will take down this pot.
All right, nice job by both of them, not overcommitting to marginal hands.
Finisher with the button. King high. 3-handed. Any king or ace. Good for a raise usually.
Absolutely.
And he does raise it. 400,000. Adib with a suited queen. Again, this time he's going to get rid of it. Doesn't want to defend that out of position, but Keith will defend the big blind here with 10-6.
Check.
Swing and a miss for both players. Goes check, check. And a 10 now gives Keith the lead. But the finisher with the king high diamonds.
That's it.
Check,
Good.
check again.
I got a 10. Good.
All playing a little careful right now.
Lighting a bit the turn.
Yeah, nobody going crazy on that one.
Whoever can turn up the aggression right here has probably got the advantage.
It looks like we have a dealer change. Rich is going to come out. Giovanna coming back in. And there's a look at the chip count. Keith almost double the other players. Half the chips in play. Pretty close. In good
Yeah, this
position
is when
here.
those constant 2x raises would really put a lot of pressure on and keep adding chips to Keith's stack. Let's see if you'll be able to pull the trigger on him.
Adib with just jack tray on the button here. Tough to make any kind of move with that hand, but Keith waking up with king queen in the small blind will definitely raise it up.
That makes it easier.
It's like 525.
5 what?
My fault. 550. Finisher with deuce tray will definitely not defend. Good look at our Champions Club thin hoodie. Come down and get one of those.
Help keep you warm under the air conditioner.
That's right. Finisher with a suited connector here, limping in again. Adib with better clubs. Looks like he's going to stack off a raise. Makes it 650. I like the aggression from Adib here. Finisher limping in too frequently.
We just would like to see a little larger raise there. You don't want to incentivize him in to see a flop. But it did look like a, a value bet that he wanted him in, so it worked.
Yeah, tough to go too large though at this limit. He's only got 2 million in chips. Put 650 in there for a raise, you know.
Right.
That's 3x raise or 3.5x or what? 3.2x. Yeah. Blinds at 200,000. Adib now with queen 9 in the small blind. Looks like he's going to raise the same amount, 650. Oh, he gets instant
That was
all
quick.
in from Keith, who has ace-6. I like the pressure. I don't know if I like the choice of hands there, but any ace, pretty good three-handed.
Against the opening range, jam right there for your tournament life. That's, I don't mind it.
Yeah, especially when you're the monster stack there, he could afford to lose it. Obviously, you don't want to give up any chips, but it puts maximum pressure on the smaller stack. And Adib with a small pair this time, pair of deuces on the button. Looks like he's going to do a smaller bet sizing, not blind versus blind. It's 450 this time, or 550 rather. Keith making the call with king 10 suited. Another strong hand. Finisher folding the big blind will be heads up to the flop. Deep in the lead currently with the deuces, but that's a tough hand. Good
Keeps
flop
his
for
lead.
deuces.
1.5 in the middle, you got 2 million back.
That's 650.
I like that bet. If his opponent came back over the top there, then you still have a little bit of life and you can still take a shot at getting up to second or first.
Right.
That's good enough.
Keith continuing to apply the pressure.
Yeah, he's justified right now to raise every hand, if he can. If it comes,
It
whether
helps
he's
that
on
he's
the
catching good cards as well, but yeah, he ought to apply the pressure either way with the stack that he has. So much incentive to be the aggressor.
I'm all in.
Adib trying to apply pressure again here with a marginal hand and an instant all-in from Keith. I'd like to see what those cards are in at 10-7. Wow.
7. Yeah, he's definitely up to the aggression.
Yeah.
I like it. That's a young man going for a win. There's a nice look at those plaques.
Those are pretty. Little purple burst. Keith with the king here will continue to raise 550.
Ooh.
Finisher waking up with
There
a
it
real
is.
hand here. See how he chooses to play this.
I think three-handed, you don't just want to blow him out of this. Oh, he calls quick.
Let's hold them.
Well, Keith behind here with king 7, finisher way out in front, but he will be the one at risk with fewer chips, looking to hold up and double through the chip leader.
Hit my king.
Yeah.
No 7 dealer.
Bad flop for Keith, great flop for the finisher. Ace comes off, gets even better.
Ooh, still outs.
Yeah, it's still
Three
outs.
of them.
Queen would not be good.
How much you got?
And he will double up through
That's 1
Keith.
million right there.
Damn, I didn't realize you had that bunch.
That's why you gotta
That
always ask
explains
for
the
a
quick
count.
call.
Yeah, I should have asked for a count.
I've made that mistake many times. That's 2 million. 2.5, 2.625.
And the finisher back in it. Possibly chip leader after that hand. Back to 5.45 million. Nope, Keith's still in the lead, but just barely now. Keith and the finisher statistically tied at this point. Adib now definitely at the bottom, looking to make a
Keith
move.
could have won that hand, he definitely would have looked like a genius, and he would have been sitting with a monster stack.
Right.
Heads up. And it wasn't horrible three ways. He still had nearly 40% equity.
That was a surprise. What? You've been bullying me the whole time? You've been bullying me?
You've been exposed one hand, huh? but in his defense, that was a call, not a bet, so.
Yeah.
Still in the same boat, all of them.
far as
They're
you
still
want.
in the same boat. You want to be raising. You want to be raising frequently.
55 million.
Yeah, and he called it. Means he got balls.
Got something.
I got chips.
That's what I
got
got.
chips too.
That's right.
Yeah, true. Look at 550.
You know, this
I get one
Now
hand. I
the
can't believe
finisher
I got
will
one
be
hand.
applying
from
the
him.
pressure. Raising it to 550 with Jack 8. It's going to take it down.
That's a unique looking trophy.
You raise and get your two opponents to fold. You're pocketing a 500,000 chips. And then you got a free roll to do it again.
Oh, no, I'm the button, huh?
Dave bringing out the trophy that the players are gunning for there.
Yeah, it's kind of neat trophy.
Champions Club made out of concrete, kind of goes with the theme of some of our decor here with the angular look. I like it.
It's a trophy that could be used as a weapon if you needed to. It's kind of nice. Heavy, sharp corners.
Yeah.
550.
It's a weapon. Adib raising it up here with 8-5 of clubs. Keith will be less likely to jam all in with any two cards now that he's lost a significant chunk of his stack. Good flop for Adib, catching a pair here after being aggressive pre-flop. Looks like he's going to continue. 750. You can see Keith is already ready to fold.
Just fold.
Doesn't matter how much it is.
Just
He's going to jam it in.
There you go.
Keith was ready to fold for the initial 700,000 there.
Hollywood and four.
But he was making sure.
Hollywood.
Because if he was checked to, he probably would have bet.
I don't think I'll pass in Hollywood.
I think you can go for like a doctor or a scientist in Hollywood.
Think so?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
I think you could have started in Oppenheimer.
All right. Kind of like that.
Oh no, what's the name of that guy, the Lebanese actor that was in the movie The Fly? What's his name? He was also in Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Jeff Goldblum.
Forgot his name.
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There you go.
Jeff Goldblum.
I'm afraid he's much smarter than I am.
Those characters are anyway.
He's a good actor. Act like he's smart.
Yeah, but he's never won a WPT title or a WSOP
That's
title.
right. This time it's Keith limping in with a small pocket pair
3.5
here.
over there?
Oh, me?
Yeah. I'm thinking about doing it. How much you got right there?
5 million.
You a lie.
Okay.
One, two, four. Yeah, you were sure right. Okay, let him have it.
250.
That's a good lead. That's a good lead. I respect it.
Keith leading out here with the pair of deuces, getting the fold.
Could have had some interesting turns.
Yeah, some real interesting one.
Should have jammed the free pre-flop. It would have got through.
Yeah,
It's too cold in here, dude.
it would have got through.
Is there a way to cut it down a little bit? Oh, that's crazy. You can hang meat in here.
Keith folding the button here. Finisher waking up with fours in the small blind.
There's no shame in folding, son.
No shame in jamming either.
What do you have? I can't even count. You have like 1.6?
Million, 2.5.
2.5 million.
I just know you can't call an all in. You just can't do it. I know you can't call an all in. You have 2.5 million?
You can give it up, son. Just give it up.
I know you can't call an all in. I know you can't. I call.
Funny.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah.
Check.
I knew I should have jammed that mug. Damn. Check.
Both players check.
Check.
Adib catching the 7 here is taking the lead. Goes check, check again. And the check mark goes to Adib. If the finisher can find a bet here, he might take this down, but feels like he's given up.
Fours. I knew I should have jammed that mug. I knew I should.
Don't even need a jam. Just 2x.
Vulnerable hand.
2x.
Jam
Take it down.
pre-flop.
$500,000.
He's got the lead now. He's got to apply the pressure. Limping in
can't
from the
beat
small
you.
blind just is not a good strategy for the big stack.
That's not the good formula.
Yeah, I lost 500K right there. 600.
Lose 100 and win 2.5 million. How much was that hand? How big was that?
Against him? I don't know. Whatever my stack is, I guess. Stack is like 6 million. Fold.
Well, that's awfully friendly.
Yeah. The rare limp by Adib there in the small blind. He is going to flop clubs here. Club draw, rather.
Oh, no.
Catches the clubs. Keith with a bigger club draw. Looks like he's going to bet. And Adib actually has the clubs already. 350 is the bet.
All in.
All in from Adib.
Nice move. Nice.
All in and all out.
If you had an 8, I'd be very disappointed in you.
Who?
Him.
Oh yeah, because he could have got paid.
Good move. You don't want to have that single club catch there on the river.
Why are
Definitely.
you trying to make it comfortable for him?
He's sweet.
We want him to be as uncomfortable as possible.
Maz. Maz.
Any kind of edge I can get against him, that's what I need. No bathroom breaks, no drinks, no food.
You don't have it in you.
Bring it to 22 degrees.
You don't have it in you. I know the way you're raised.
Adib with a nice hand, short-handed here on the button.
Oh, it's
King
250?
10.
And I got-
Gonna raise it up to 550.
550.
I got your hand, but I don't have the guns.
That's a bad hand. I proved it.
They're all taking their turns
Honestly,
raising
like, I'm not
and
even joking. That was a good call, though.
getting a high percentage of folds from the other two players, but nobody's taking the initiative to consistently raise.
It looks like blinds are up
It
now.
was just a shame that he had a pocket
125, 250. It's going to add some more
pair.
pressure.
Ace Jack, Ace 10. That would have been great.
625,000 in the middle.
Average stack now 13.8 big blinds. This is where
Stacks
things
starting
are
to get shallow,
really
brothers.
going to start to move.
Starting to get real shallow.
Finisher in the small blind with suited disconnector. I like these little hands, but
650.
heads up, not necessarily. I like them in cash game. Well, Adib waking up with a real hand here. Heads up, ace 9.
Yeah, when you're deep stacked. But the thing is here, you're quite often 2 live cards.
Right. Yep.
So take the aggressive line pre-flop. If they call you, see what the flop is. There's your 4-7.
7-4 gets there, but 6-4 also gets there against ace 9. Finisher first to act. He's going to check it.
Ugh.
I don't like the passive play here.
No, I don't like it at all, but they're at the final table. We're not, so.
That's true.
They
More
can-
outs for the finisher. Best hand gets better. He now has an open ender to go along with his pair. I'd like to see him get some chips out there and try to extract a little value, put some pressure on.
Check.
But he checks again.
Just such a vulnerable hand. Why not bet and take it down if you can? 1.5 in the middle already, and you're just going to check it down.
Well, he gave Adib a lot of free shots, but Adib did not catch up.
Pair of 4s.
Again?
It's a big
And
turn.
the finisher will
Check
take
raise
down the
if it's a
pot.
turn.
1.5. Every pot counts now. As they were saying right before that hand, stacks are getting shallower. Adib limping in here with suited queen. Keith checking his option with a suited king. And here comes the flop. Wow. Adib flopping top pair and checking it. Now 2 pair. Checks again. Interesting line. And the board is coordinated, but it's blind versus blind here. Now he's going to fire out 600,000. Keith finally making a pair here. He's going to make the call. So maybe Adib's strategy worked out fine there.
Not even 2 pairs. Good hand.
Waited till Keith got something.
Good bet, too.
Worked out well.
Yeah.
Almost 2 million in that
Open-ended.
pot.
Chipping down, y'all. Chipping down.
Now the stacks are
It's a roller coaster ride.
very
Yeah, it is.
even. 3.5, 4.5, and 5 million, I believe, is where we're sitting.
Yeah, instead of waiting for the perfect hand, perfect flop, or perfect matchup, I'd think somebody can take this down just by being the aggressive player. And nobody really wants to take it right now.
Adib with a huge hand on the button. Ace queen. He's going to raise it up to 600,000.
Whoa, quick fold by Keith.
He's just going to take it down.
Wow. That was live.
You got you crushed. One card beats you.
Yeah, you're right.
Even chomp, boys, even chomp.
It's the first time we've heard the chop word.
You guys are crazy for not going for it.
Well, when the
He was
chip
the one
leader
with the
starts
9 the first
saying
time.
even chop, I'm starting to listen. I mean,
If we chop it, would it end right now? It would? Can I see
yeah,
what the
that's,
ICM
that's
numbers
how
would be on the
that's how
top,
poker
please?
works.
Wait a second. After the hand?
He's not agreeing to the ICM chop.
Yes, he wants to see the numbers.
He wants an even chop is what he's saying.
No.
He said no to that.
Let's
earlier.
present the numbers to him. Present the numbers.
I mean, I'm good now. I'm
You
enjoying
good?
that.
All right.
Yeah.
At this point, their ICM chop would
He
be
didn't understand. he didn't
fairly
understand what
close.
you meant by
Yeah, it'd be
ICM.
very close. If the chip leader is talking about looking at the ICM, like I said, I think I'm listening.
It means like percentage of the stack versus the pool.
Which would be very close to even, as you said.
Yeah, at this
Check.
point, second and third would bump up a little bit, and first would take a little hit. But they also get to walk away with the trophy
So,
and the pitcher.
I think the ICM is pretty much close to even chop right now anyway. If you look at it, 50, 60, 66.
No.
66 divided by 3, yeah, it's 23K each if it was even. It's 23K each if it was even, which is pretty much second place. Which you're right, it makes sense to do that.
I've said it before, anytime you can get near second place money when
You
the
should
blinds and
100%
antes
agree
are
with that,
high,
'cause You don't have,
take it.
I'm just saying, like mathematically, you should 100% agree to an even chop with your stack.
Okay, well, I agree.
Huh?
Okay, then. So let's keep playing.
You agree?
To even chop?
What would an even chop be? Can you give me that number?
Wait, don't look at your hands.
Okay, player. All right.
Should we pause it or? I don't know how it works. So we play, pause, what?
Do you want us to play? Okay. I think it's 23. Yeah, chop is 22.7. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a good deal for third place because they're going to
Definitely be.
ICM would calculate in his
We'll just keep
realistic percentage chance of winning either second
No,
or
it's,
first.
68.
And then, of course, first and second current chip leaders
We can each get 30,000.
would have a
No, you can't.
statistical chance of finishing
No, the
third,
most you
so
get is
their
22.
numbers are going to come down.
760 is the
First place is 30,000. What are you talking about, man?
Well, that's a pretty good job. What the hell?
250.
The deciding factor is probably who gets to take home that trophy and the prestige of winning it.
Right. Well, and there's that the points. Points are going to be valuable in this tournament because it was a large field. If you're gunning for that free roll,
Right.
but as far as straight cash, an even chop would be a great deal for, especially the person who's behind a million chips.
used to play a lot of small tournaments that had real fast blind structures, and anytime you get near second place money, it was just automatic chop because
right.
the blinds were so high, it was dumb luck at that point anyway.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot more play in this tournament than a lot of tournaments, but I agree with you that that's a pretty good deal. But the chip advantage can switch any given hand here. Average stack, 13 big blinds. I would think about one more level here when the average stack is closer to that 10 big blind. Then you really need to start looking at it, because then you're getting close to the all-in or fold situation every hand.
Yeah, they're very close to that already.
Yeah. Adib looking down here at Jack 10 suited in the small blind, decides to just limp in.
I'm all in.
Keith moving all in with Queen suited, Queen 6.
You want to count?
You're all in, you said?
Yeah.
Get some good music in the background.
Don't bring any attention to that.
Oh.
I want you to know that I had a good hand.
Was it really good? I had a pretty good hand.
Jack 10 of diamonds.
Oh,
Matter of
really?
fact, I won that tournament with that hand one time.
You were behind, though.
Hard to foul, go fast.
Yeah.
Adib with another suited connector. We can see that Keith in the small blind is going to wake up with aces here. Adib raising to 550, and Keith's definitely going to jam again.
1.3 million.
Oh no, and no jam this time.
1.3 million.
1.3 million rates.
Finisher getting out of the way.
Take the 550 in if you don't mind. 750 more.
Boy. If they did the ICM chop right now, that'd be a $7,000 jump for the current third place. And a $7,000 lower first place, so I'm guessing they won't take that.
Back-to-back hands here, Adib with nice looking suited connectors, raising it up and getting 3-bet, this time to 1.3 million. He's going to lay it down again. Keith had the goods.
If Adib had called, he would have been sitting about as good as you can against aces.
Yeah.
With the middle suited connector, but.
Looks like we've got a dealer change again. Giovanna coming out, Rich coming back in. And there's a look at your stacks. Pretty close. Finisher pulling up the rear now. He was the leader when he started talking about chop. Harder to pitch it when you're in third place, though. All three of these players interested in that $31,280 up top. That nice trophy. And the points that you would earn towards the 25K free roll that we have coming up next week. Keith getting out of the way here with the Brunson on the button. Finisher waking up with Queen Jack in the small blind. He's been very passive in the small blind recently, but this time he's going to raise it. 550. And Adib with King High, likely to defend. Nope,
No.
Gets out of the way. And now the stacks are very even. 4.2, 4.2, and it's going to be like 4.1 or something like that, or 4.7. They're all right there now. That's a good sound. Finisher with the computer hand, getting out of the way. Keith with a suited king in the big blind, and Adib this time is going to raise the Brunson from the small blind. 550 to go. Gets the call, and it's a gut shot for each player. Keith in the lead with King High, but Adib taking the aggressive line will continue to bet and take it down. Nice pot.
Nice continuation. He figures his opponent doesn't have much of that, or else he would have raised him pre. With so much in the pot pre-flop, it just seems like one of these guys would realize that betting consistently is going to put more in your stack than waiting for the right situation, the right hand. The right situation is raising.
Right. Yeah, keep that pressure on.
There's a raising hand.
And Keith with a pair of eights puts in the raise again. Playing eights the same way you played aces just a few hands ago against the same player. And
Good
gets
fold.
the lay down again.
Good fold. That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
2x. If they play back at you, fold and try again the next hand.
And Keith back in the lead. Lead has changed hands several times since they got down to 3 and 4 players.
That's because they all keep taking turns raising and folding.
Right. No clear table captain still. 94 hands in.
$550.
Keith putting the pressure on now that he's got the chip lead. Makes it 550 to go with Jack 8 of diamonds and takes down a set of blinds and antes.
There you go. You just stack 625,000 chips on your stack. Use them the next hand to fire again.
That's right. Finisher getting out of the way. Adib with king deuce decides not to defend the small blind there. Turns out to be a good move as Keith had an ace in his hand, but that's pretty pretty weak fold there.
That's pretty
three-handed play.
Pretty tight. He would have definitely seen a 3-bet. Three-handed, I think.
I did the math this morning when I looked at how many players there were and predicted that this tournament would end in level 31. This is level 30.
Well, you might be right. Or you
right.
might be 3 or 4 levels off.
Adib with pocket eights here on the button. Raising it up to 550. Keith will get out of the way with jack 6. Finisher with a suited 7 tray. Really close to my hand here. I'd like to see him jam. Nope. I mean,
it's tougher to make it straight there.
it definitely is. When I did the math this morning, for some reason I think I thought the levels were an hour long. I was thinking it was going to be 1:30 in the morning when that came around. But
don't jinx us. We could still be here at the
10 o'clock is better.
We really haven't seen the big confrontation hands.
No. Keith being aggressive here, raising it up with 10-5. Adib waking up with a suited ace, though. I think we're going to see a clash here, or at least a raise. And yes, he does go all in. Keith will get out of the way.
Chips just keep moving around in a circle. The one thing I will say is at least they're all taking their turns. They're all raising enough to, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely not walk, walk, walk. It's raise and take it, raise and take it. Oh, here we have some hands. Might see some action here.
Yeah.
600.
Finisher raising it up with king queen on the button. He's going to put one of those plaques in there. That's a valuable chip. He's the only one who has one. Everybody's going to look at that and go, I want that chip. Oh, turns out Deep folds an ace. Keith with eights, though. He's going to raise all in. King queen, a very strong hand, three-handed, but you know, put your tournament life at risk. Fold leaves him with 2.4 million. A call would give him 60% of the chips in the tournament if he wins.
Wow.
Gets out of the way. Nice jam there by Keith. He definitely has been the most aggressive since they got down to shorthanded.
Yeah, and it's paying off. Hasn't been overly aggressive pre-flop, but he's picked some good spots to 3-bet and jam.
And now the finisher in the big blind and with less than 10 big blinds in his stack for the first time in a long time. He does wake up with an ace, though. Adib on the button with king 6.
I'm all in.
Call.
Keith putting maximum pressure on there. Oh man, he picks the wrong time. Gets the call here from the finisher and
picks the wrong time, but live cards.
Live cards. Finisher way out in front here, but he does have the shorter stack and will be at risk.
I keep getting the chips from you and giving them back to you.
I like the aggression though. Ace in the window, but an 8 also. Finisher looking to
no 8s, no
fade
3s,
an 8 or a tray here. 5, no help. To Keith. Finisher looking to stay alive here, and he does. Double up. And here we go again. Stacks basically even.
Double up right back to even.
2.175.
You're off 1.
Huh?
You're off 1.
Oh.
How much is that?
2.150.
How much did I give you already?
Check.
250.
250. Raise 1,050,000.
I'm all in.
All in. Yeah, we came to gamble. Oh, go.
You got diamonds?
Golly. What a hand. Good hand. I think you got me covered.
GG.
You got me covered?
I don't know. They don't have to count it.
Did it again. 1, 2. Yep, more than 4 million.
No. I got right at 3 something.
Yeah, they got me on the turn anyway.
Yeah, that's true. It's inevitable.
3.575.
3.3 what?
3.575.
3.5.
6 minus 25.
Is that right?
Yeah, and then one more. Put one more 100.
Wow, what a hand.
75 like that.
Top set versus top pair. And Keith taking a massive chip lead now.
I missed the big confrontation, huh?
Yeah, and I just realized I had my mic off during the whole hand, so I turned it off. Turned it off when you opened the door over there.
Oh shoot!
All of my wonderful commentary.
Trying to go off with 8 trade.
Yeah, Keith had 9s. Adib had Jack 9. The board comes 9 high. Top set versus top pair.
Wow.
And there was no avoiding that. Short-handed. Adib down to 675,000 now. He's going to be.
153 and 3 now.
And the blinds are going up. 300,000 level. 153 and 3. Adib with less than 3 big blinds in the small blind right now.
Oh boy, that was fun.
What a cooler.
We have like 400 behind.
Put your card on in the box.
He's not put the card.
We might see all 3 of them in this hand.
Yeah, finisher looking down at Queen 9 on the button. That's a really strong hand.
600.
3-handed. He knows Adib is going to be all in here, so he's going to raise it up to basically what Adib has.
About 600.
Should be about 600.
Adib all in for 575.
I'm gonna give you 75.
Good call. If Adib could catch a king here, he could do a quick triple up.
Sure right.
Be right back in it.
Yeah, Adib has a chance here to triple up, or he will be going home with 3rd place money, which is $14,210. Not a bad showing in any case.
There's the king.
He does flop top pair. 7-4 gets there, of course.
Why wouldn't it? Oh, jeez.
Check.
I got ace high.
I have a queen.
Well, Queen's going to take that small side pot for the finisher, but Adib does triple up, and he's right back in it now with about 10 big blinds.
Yeah.
A little less than that, about 8 big blinds. But he will be in the big blind.
Sip in the chair.
Oh, sorry, he's on the button now. Yeah. Got a
Crazy
couple of
things
hands.
happen this time in a tournament.
Yeah. Well, average stack now 11 big blinds, so we're going to see this a lot now. It's going to be shove fest at this point. But that's the way it should be. I mean, we're over 100 hands into this. Plenty of play at this final table.
Yeah, it's a nice structure. It gave him plenty of play, and then it's still going to finish and not go till 4 a.m. So,
In theory. Don't jinx it.
sorry.
And Adib waking up with King Queen here. Has a shot to double up again. On the button.
Come on, man.
All in.
2.3 million into the middle.
Keith gets out of the way, but a quick call from the finisher who has pocket 8s. And Adib is at risk again. Looking to catch a king or a queen to double up through the finisher. The finisher looking to hold and eliminate another player.
Bam.
King in the window, one of the remaining 2 kings. Adib in really good shape to double up yet again. The tray doesn't help the finisher. Just needs to avoid that last 8 on the river, and Adib will double up. and it is not an 8. And now
Things change quickly.
Yeah, now the finisher down to just about 4 big blinds. The chips are just moving around the table here.
That's why you take
game.
those chops.
Yeah.
Good hand.
Because you don't have the skill advantage to make the difference. There's so much luck involved right now.
What's the blind?
Eights again.
8s again, yeah.
Wow.
They've been going around a lot here since they've been 3-handed.
He's probably thinking, not 8s again.
Yeah, it's going to be his least favorite hand after this tournament. But he has a shot to double up here and be right back in it.
All in.
Now Deeb will just let it go. Good fold. But that's 600,000 without having to look at a flop.
Yeah,
Not
absolutely.
bad.
I think we've said it before, but aggression pays off here. The most aggressive is probably going to win.
Yeah. Finisher with the suited king.
This could be danger.
On
Yeah.
6 big blinds, he does move all in. A Deeb with ace-10. He's all in. And once again, an all in and a call. This time the finisher has the shorter stack. Deeb also has the better hand here. Finisher's going to need some help or he will be our 3rd place finisher.
Yeah. 2 live cards, 60-40, fighting
Yeah.
chance.
And diamonds. Top pair though for a Deeb. Best hand gets better. Finisher needing a king or running diamonds. That's not going to help.
Good hand.
Ain't but the wrong one.
Yeah, that will be
What was your name
it
again?
Maz.
for the finisher.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Maz, the finisher. Be taking home $14,210. And now it is official for Keith. He is going to have his biggest cash ever today. After 8 years of playing poker, he's heads up in a tournament where the first place is $31,820.
Now they're playing for a difference of $9,000.
Yeah, Beeb
How does it work now?
currently the chip leader.
Big blind? What is that?
A final table.
3 and 3?
Lots of final table experience. He's got 2 WPT wins and a WSOP win. Looking to win his first Champions Club tournament for 31,000.
Well, we're right back in the same boat here. The most aggressive player is probably going to have the big advantage.
I'll call.
You want to consistently play those bigger pots when you have the button. So you want to be raising almost every time on your button and hoping your opponent is just calling when he's on the button.
Deeb quickly moves all in there and takes down the blinds.
Well, he probably feels like he's got a second life here, considering just a few minutes ago he was about out of this thing.
Yeah, he was all in for 3 big blinds a minute ago. Now he's the chip leader. Anything can happen. Chip counts relatively close here. 6 million to 3, or 7 million to 6 million.
You from Houston?
Yes, sir. From the north side.
Adib with the slide chip advantage on the button. He's going to make the call. Keith with ace-9 here. He's going to jam it all in.
Gonna be fun in a minute.
And it's basically tied
And
again
return the favor,
for
man.
chips.
Keep. Going 3 again?
Yep.
Even chop now, about 27,000.
He's turning it on and off. Dealers must get sick in here.
$700,000.
Keith raising on the button with 7-5 of diamonds. Adib waking up with queen 9 of diamonds.
Did I put too much here?
Good
We will
defense.
see a flop. Adib out of position, but with the best hand right now. 5 hits
550.
for Keith. He's going to bet 550.
$1.2.
Nice.
Adib with the check raise here with queen high. I like it. Putting the pressure on. Keith making the call.
Quick call.
Bottom pair. He does have straight outs and the best pair, best hand currently. Oh my gosh!
Oh, wow.
Look at this. Adib is going to step in it here if he continues to fire at this pot. 4 million in the pot. He's got 4.6.
Nice slowdown.
1.4.
Betting a third of the pot. Adib drawing dead here. Check raise the flop. Checks the turn. Gets out of the way.
Should have checked, huh?
Nice job. I like the aggression. I like the shot.
Yeah.
And then he shut it down when it obviously wasn't going to work, so he's still alive.
Yeah, didn't get too sticky.
Caca.
Yeah, I like that aggression. It just kind of came out of nowhere. He obviously does feel like he has kind of a free shot here, a free roll. After just nearly being out of the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to feel good. 3 big blinds to
All in.
second place, basically. Queen high, Adib jams it all in.
Good cards.
Keith looking at Jack 4.
Nope.
Gonna wait for another one.
Nothing to it. All in.
I know, it's easy, huh?
750,000 chips right there, just for saying all in.
I said it at the wrong time, though. That's where the problem comes in. Oh,
Got the blinds in the wrong spot. There you go. Blinds reverse when your head's up. Small blind on the button, so the button acts last.
It's one of those things, a lot of people don't have this opportunity. Even if they get deep in a tournament, they often chop and don't play heads up.
Sure.
Don't quite know how it goes. And when you're playing online, you don't have to think about it. You just press buttons if it's your
Right.
turn.
Yeah. Adib dominated here, or dominating, I should say. And Keith will raise.
Nice job.
I like this game.
Yeah, it's fun when you're winning. Fun when you go from thinking you're definitely getting third place to being heads up.
Right back to even. I like how he didn't stop being aggressive. Even though one of his check raises didn't work, he's still being aggressive here. That's probably why he won a WPT and a WSOP event.
Obviously a good player. Wow, look at these hands. Ace-5 of diamonds versus 5-5. This might be the hand, folks.
Wow.
Adib raising.
Oh.
Keith going all in, and we have an all in and a call. Chip stacks relatively close here. Keith does have more chips. He also has the best hand currently.
With Adib's kicker completely dead. He's the
looking
ace
for
or the diamonds.
wheel cards or diamonds or an ace. There's some wheel cards.
Oh, no.
Any 4, any ace. It's the 9 of diamonds. That's not going to help. He needs an ace or a 4, or this tournament is over. Keith came into this final table the chip leader, and it looks like he has a real shot of taking it down, and he does with pocket 5s. Keith, the champion of the 150K guaranteed,
Good
event
job.
number 4 here
Well played.
at the Champions Club Fall Poker Open. Dave doing his job here, just double checking the stack here, but we know that Keith has him well covered.
Adib taking home $22,250. That's not a bad day either.
Boy, that's a great day, especially when you thought he was only getting 14,000 just a couple of orbits ago.
Yeah.
And Keith taking home $31,820. That beautiful
He's got to have it covered.
trophy and a lot of points towards that 25K free roll. So great job, Keith. And great job, Adib, too. Played great.
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll see both these players later in the series. Nice job. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, he's got me covered. Yeah.
Well, if you were out there watching and you're still with us, we appreciate you sticking around. Please give us a like and a subscribe, and come on back tomorrow night. We're going to be live streaming a cash game, 5-10, no limit hold'em. The cash games here are always wild and fun.
We tried, boys.
7 p.m. Central.
Thank you. Dude, I got to use the
And
restroom.
come visit us here at Champions Club in Houston, Texas. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, right off the Bel Air exit of the Sam Houston Tollway.
I'll
In
be
the
right
heart
back.
of Houston.
I just got to use the restroom.
For Champions Poker Live, this is Dan Fouts with Mike Lehner. Thanks, Mike. Thank you for joining me. Expert analysis, as always.
It was fun.
Definitely was. Good night, everybody.